So I had just gotten out of the shower like 10 minutes ago. For reference. How do you like that? Okay. I think we're good to go for tonight. Alrighty. So, day 3 of 12-hour challenge. We'll see what happens tonight. We'll hopefully finish the game by then. And it's gonna be time to close this one off. I don't know if I doubt I'll be able to even have time tonight to try like speedrunning the game, but honestly, once I finish this, I may as well take a break and then maybe like look at some speedrun stuff of it and just like see what's up. Or I'm not sure. A familiar StarTropics runner will have to guide me on this one. Because I'm pretty much gonna be finishing up this blind playthrough of sorts. It may not be a speedrun, but it's an experiment. So, we're at chapter 7-2, and I've been in that dungeon for almost an hour. Really don't know how chapter 8 is gonna be when we get to there, but I can honestly say it's gonna be frustrating. Some of these dungeons are already getting very monotonously difficult. 6-2 for being vague. Like, all of chapter 6 is just, not very beginner friendly for, not very blind playthrough friendly. You gotta look all around. Cryptography is at its finest. Alrighty. Let's begin the, thing again, and we're gonna go right in. Chapter 7-2, that's where we are. Alright. Let's do it. So, alright, if I can recall, this is one of those dungeons. This was that dungeon I absolutely struggled with last night. The one where you have all these soldiers going around with guns. You try firing off spread guns and everything, and not too easy. This is going to be a wake-up call for me, honestly, because this chapter gets really, really bad. 8 is easier than 7? Don't give me any like things, but what are you saying that would mean it would be like a little more convenient? Alright, so I gotta remember this. Be conservative. So I know this part. We gotta use the shooting star and the infinite range that it has. Try getting this guy out of the way. So I know here we gotta pick up the medicine straight away. This music's amazing. Alright, I want to pause going in here real quick, just so I can give myself a little bit of a passive refresh on what I should be doing. So this room, of course, I need to utilize the shooting star to take out these 4 moving turrets. They look like standing Kirby blobs based on the perspective to me. Because, you know, Kirby's they could be perfect. Wait, Neko, I think you might be better off taking time and not rushing past them, or at least when you run past them, jump in the air in case they fire at you. Hopefully I can... At some point I may be able to adapt. So... we got this part, we gotta... Okay, that went wrong. Definitely pick up the spread gun. So I want to stay in the middle going in here, because this... Actually, no, I want to go up here. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do. Alright, use the spread gun. I want to take out this guy right away. Right. Use the power of the pill. The vitamins. I want to pick that up as well, so I have ammunition. Alright, so here's the thing. I need to stay down the middle. Oh dang, that was actually pretty decent. That was a fast takeout. Alright, we're doing pretty good here. Full health. Okay. I think the mini boss is right here. Okay. Alright, that's part 1. Now for this part. I think I died at some point around here last time. I died somewhere around here like last time I tried. I'm not sure how far I got into this dungeon last night. But it was probably a little bit after this part. So, I don't want to pick up that gun there. I've already got ammunition. Try to go back for the crack in the wall. Oh, I see it. It's right in front of me. I'm just gonna try to get by. What's in here? More spray gun ammo. Seems good. Alright, let's bail out. Just run. Just run. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the part. I assume these red beams are fake platforms. Which, if I try to walk onto one, I may just fall through and die. I do wonder which one I want to go for here. Or do I have to make use of jumping between platforms? I need to take a bit to graph out what I want to do. Oh, I see. You see how I'm like going with my mouse here? So like jump up, round, jump down, jump down. Or rather, don't get hit by the red thing. I think how I want to approach this section, I want to start by going in the middle, as this crosses, jump up, try to jump down, kind of, and then I zigzag. I want to start in the middle, go up top, and then zigzag until I get to that spot there. So I want to get this ready. Alright, I want to wait for the second beam to cross, and I'm going to go for it. Alright, see how this works. Nice! Oh my goodness, that actually was very, very good thinking. Take time to think and then just do it. Also, what the hell is this? Oh boy. So, don't jump up or down, there's only one line. There's only one line and no turning back. You're in a dead end. I think what I'm going to need to do here is to switch to the spread gun. And try to finish him there. Die, damn you! Wait, what was I supposed to... Did I just waste everything? I think I'm actually dead in this situation. I don't know what's gonna happen now. I can't go up close. He's gonna fire. What was I supposed to do there? What was I supposed to do? I just outright trapped myself. So basically what I need to do is go straight for that switch, then try to fire. Or rather, I think what I need to do is like... Oh wait, since that one switch takes care of a few blocks down in the back, I assume what I need to do is actually drag him down into the vortex of cells. Zygarde will keep him company. Let's try again, hopefully I don't die on my way picking this up. Also, I gotta get by without getting killed. Okay. Alright. I need him to go back. I don't think there was anything I could do. I think I was just outright dead no matter what. I don't think there was anything I could have done. Are you able to dissect that, guys? Was there anything I could have done there? Or was I just pretty much set up for death? Also, that's another game over. That's 31, I think. Yeah, 31. 31 at this point. Jeez, these numbers climb up fast, especially in this dungeon. And this dungeon's all based on me being able to even do the thing. Get back with full health potion. He moves back based on being hit. Laser gun is the best weapon for fighting. Okay. Oh, so me using the spread gun was just a waste. Well, that means I have to play through the chapter again now that I game over. So, spread gun, first mini-boss. Laser gun, second mini-boss. Get the pill, get the pills, get the freaking pills. Get all the pills. Yeah, just get the pills. Alright, let's try again. I want these guys to go down so I can make my way up here. Yeah. Alright, now we're safe. Ah, dang, that was a pretty quick takeout. Now let's see if we can get by these guys. Full health. Alright, let's go. That was pretty skillful. So now we've got the spray gun. Oh wait, I want to stay up top here because I want to go get the pill. Okay, 1, 2, 3, dead. Ready up. Alright, that could have went worse, but... Hey, now I got full health. Oh... I should be using the spread gun. Yeah, should be using the spread gun. Alright, this guy needs to get in range. Come on down. Or you can do that. Lasers can still fire. I have no idea what's happening. I have no idea what's gonna happen. Okay. Next room, I gotta avoid getting hit. Pretty simple. Alright, I gotta, I have to not get hit here, considering I don't have much health. I want to be safe. Okay. That's part 1. Part 1, now we got part 2. Alright. This part, I want to use laser gun. Okay, now is this part. 1, 2, 3, 1, down, 2, 1, 1, down, and down. Okay. So, I have some health. Not as much as I want. Not enough to have the supernova. I was told to use a laser gun, so let's do it. Okay, don't touch him. Alright, now we're, now I gotta do this again. I got 2 lives at least. I wasn't sure if he was just gonna strike back forward. Alright, we have full health now. Well, mostly. Wait, stand back. Now we go. Let's try again. let's get him at a further distance before we jump. Stand back. You're supposed to stand back. He was supposed to stand back. He was supposed to go backwards. Okay, I don't know how I'm gonna approach this now. This doesn't seem like it's gonna work. I don't know if this is gonna work. I come in there with full health, I still, like, that guy still goes forward ahead of the switch. And if I run out of laser guns, I'm dead. Like, of course, if I run out of the laser guns and spread shots, I'm pretty much dead. I don't know what's with this. I think that guy's just fill in the blank. Could start with Supernova and switch to Laser Gun. Oh yeah, you have a good point. Once I lose it though, I don't have that range. Alright, let's try again. Okay, I got him way over here. Oh dear. Stand back. He was... This actually isn't... This looks impossible. This actually looks impossible. My goodness. Like, having the shooting star going into that battle... What? No, the supernova. Having the supernova heading towards this guy, I can get him back no problem. But then, as soon as I'm trying to get him back again so I can hit the switch, he immediately comes up and tries to butt me. Hyper-aggressive sex, man. Really does not seem good for you. Also, that's number 32 on the death count. Oh god, don't even bother. Just use the potion. Just run. I should be using the gun. Just run. Spread gun. How do you like that conservation? Perfect. Alright, now if we can get through this as fast as we can. I can be conservative here. Look at that. Now we're through. This part. Okay. Alright, spread gun safety. Wait, there's a cracked wall here. Wait a second. There's really nothing here. Are you kidding me? It's just there to tease you. But it's there. Okay, nothing on the left. Let's go right for the, Let's grab everything we need. We need all the spread ammo. We need all of our laser beams. I have 98, so we can just go right for this. Okay. Now here comes this next part. That was beautiful. That was beautifully handled. Beautifully handled. Okay. 1, 2, 3, jump right, right 1, down and down, right 2, jump up, right 1, down and down. Okay. We're back here again. Full health. Oh wait, I should use the supernova first. And then if I take enough damage, I'll switch to the beams. I want this guy to stay back for good. Also, these short hop double lasers, they're like Falco and Melee. Fall back, you demon. Fall back, you demon spawn. Die! Die, you bastard! Die, you fucking minion! Oh my god, it's over. Alright, that's chapter 7. There's the blue cube. There's the cube. Alright, now we got to figure out where we're going. I could take any path. Oh, this is gonna be a maze, isn't it? Oh dear, it is. This is that one part. Okay, nothing there. Go back. I think it took me an hour and a half to get past that second dungeon of chapter 7. If I look at my split times that I have recorded on my notepad here, I finished 7-1 in about 8 hours and 58 minutes. I finished 7-2 at 10 hours and 16 minutes. 7-2 is a huge jump compared to 7-1. First things first, I need to solve my whereabouts. I must solve my whereabouts. Ah, that's a dead end. We gotta go back. Let's go right. Feels good to be past the hard part. Oh, there's the magic cube. We've claimed it. It's mine now. You got another magic cube. You feel a strange power flow into yourself. Your life level is fully increased. Oh, sweet! Now we get maximum health. To quote Dr. Eggman, all systems full power! Alright, everything is ready. Now for the last magic cube. But you shout, it's moving! An earthquake! Oh no! We're taking off! The ship is taking off. And then Mike died from lack of oxygen. Then. You know, I was actually surprised. It took me that long to figure out the maze. Final battle. The alien spaceship is circling the Earth. Hurry up and find the last magic cube. Alright, can I slow down and say that it took me so little time to actually figure out that maze? Only 3 minutes. Also, yeah, it does sound like Dr. Wily's spaceship. The one from Mega Man 1 and 2. Holy shit, it's Zelda 2 Return of Ganon Game Over Ganon sprite. An illusionary image appears before you. You hear an evil voice. I am the Prime Invader, Zoda. Come on, try and beat me. You'll be defeated like the Argonians. We'll destroy you. Come on, Mike. Come on. Your head is like jam bananas in your ears. Okay. Okay, I can't take this seriously as soon as you make that joke. Okay. You shout, "Get out of my mind, alien scum!" That's actually an appropriate word. Oh my gosh. Oh dear, now we only have 3 hearts. What was the point of refilling my health? Oh dear. Oh no. It's Zoda. Oh dear. This could be interesting. Okay, I don't wanna... Oh, he's mad. He's red. Wait. What the hell? Okay, what just happened? Why did he just turn into a... Why did he turn into some kind of, like, Gygas-looking being that kind of just enfolded inside out? Yeah, it's Rudy's hands from Wario Land 3. That's immediately what I thought of when I saw those hands coming from me. It's just like Wario Land 3. Also, I want to grab that pill as soon as I can. I want to grab that pill as soon as I can. Alrighty. Good to go. Let's go forward. Seriously, look at this. Oh wait, we're walking on the... Oh, we're walking on ladders. Alright, just run. Just keep running. Just run. Oh, whoa, wait. Wait, now where am I? I didn't even know I was gonna go and head somewhere. I was gonna stand back because it was a giant Mewtwo prism cell in the middle of the whole factory. I wanted to just go and not be in the hell. I just wanted to stand... Oh no, I'm back here again. Okay, that doesn't sound very generous. Doesn't sound generous when I'm back here. There's no strategy I can do here. I just gotta Hope you can stand back so I can fire. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, since we have completely filled health, we can just grab the pill and we're immediately restored. I keep falling into those pits because I'm not good at timing. You know my troubles with platforming games, guys. I'm not good at platformers. I was never good at platformer games. Alright, this time, don't walk down, we wanna make some room first. Oh, I didn't know what I didn't know what I was gonna do. Okay, I don't know what I want to do there. There's too many things going on. There's too many things going on, and by the time I even have any idea where I am, I already fall into a pit and I have to repeat this again. I don't know what I want to do. I want to just run. Alright, I want to stand up here. So this guy can come out and I can try getting at him. What is that purple thing? Am I supposed to try to attack it? Actually, I think I am supposed to try to attack it. As soon as this guy gets knocked out, and then I try to shoot. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Alright, I have to use this. Oh, I was... Okay, this is obviously going to take like an hour and a half just to get past this part. And I'm going to have to do this part every time I die. Like, I'm going to have to do this every time I die, so... Now having extra lives means nothing. So honestly, I think at this point I just have to keep trying until I somehow do it right. This is one of those lines I absolutely hate. This is something I don't want to say. I don't want to have to say that I actually have to keep doing it over and over until it goes right. This is something I really don't want to say, because I hate it. But unfortunately, this is literally what it is. And of course, they got enemies blocking very well. Because if you try staying down the bomb, there's two R2-D2 colored shurikens trying to fly at you, and that's obviously going to be a problem. But I suppose if I can jump at a proper rhythm, I can maybe get the hits I want to get. Actually, yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do this. Alright, I figured out my timing here. Ooh! There we go. I just killed the music. That's not good. Oh no. It's getting different. Okay, I think this is the, penultimate. Alright. So now I have to be absolutely careful of everything. I don't know what's gonna happen here, but I think what I'm gonna want to do is I want to stay on the panels. I don't know what I should do here. I'm on my own. It's up to me now. It's all on me here. Oh no! Oh my god, is that him? Oh my gosh. Do I get checkpoints? Do I get checkpoints? Do I get checkpoints? Do I get checkpoints? I don't know if that's a checkpoint. I don't know. I don't know if that's a checkpoint. You're back at the start? I don't even get to try again? I have to do that all over again? So dying there is pretty much irrelevant. If you get a game over, you start back here anyways. If you die on this boss, you go back to the start of the dungeon. It literally doesn't matter now. It doesn't even matter anymore. My goodness. Alright, well that's part 1. That bastard walks off into thin air. What were you saying? What were you gonna say, Zors? In the pit, the north wall is breakable and has a spread gun and a potion. Oh god damn it! This is what happens when I don't look. Honestly, how are you supposed to expect this when you have 6 soldiers walking around with prepped laser guns going pew 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 pew? You would have obviously no idea where to look besides looking for an exit. You wouldn't even have much of an idea anyway. There's no crack in the water. Wait. A wall north in a game like StarTropics. A wall north that has no cracks or hints. Excuse me? Now we're getting to Legend of Zelda levels of bullshit, Cryptic. I've played through that game before. I needed walkthroughs to even know what I was doing with that game. I needed walkthroughs. Also, we've got a sadist in chat. Just run. Alright, now that I know what to do, we can do this part. I can cheese this so easily. Alrighty. And here we go. Alright, we're back here again. Guys, okay guys, you're kind of overloading me with some kind of information. There's some things I just can't take in for granted. There's some things we just can't take for granted. Oh, in the pit there was the potion, right. Well, I've got my shooting star and some reserve hearts. We could make this work. And we've got the laser guns. We can make this work. Let's try again. Oh dear, he's in a pattern. Where is he going? Ah, he's on a different coordinate. I gotta just spam. Oh, he's dead! He's dead! Vomit your own blood, you blood-sucking demon. And you stop timing as soon as Zoda starts screaming and dies. We still have more of the game to go. Alright, what's our final score? 84,000 points. 84,000 points, guys. Take notes. There's the cube. The spaceship's starting to explode. Hurry. Get the last magic cube. This thing is gonna friggin' explode as we all know it. You have no time. Get the last magic cube. I must make my move. We gotta run, run, run. You have no time. It's gonna explode. Get the cube. Get the cube before everything blows up. You shout, I've got it! But now what do I do? That thing has to be me falling out of the ship. Oh, jeez. What just happened there? Ah, that's me! I'm still alive. Still alive and kicking, dudes. Or wait, no, he can't swim. He's dead. Oh wait, there's the... That's the mommy dolphin. That's the mommy dolphin from earlier. Oh my goodness. I didn't get time to thank you, dude. Ah, my submarine's still there. Still safe and sound. That's amazing. Welcome back to Coral Cola. Congratulations. Mike, you rescued Dr. J, didn't you? That's Radicola. Okay. I hear you, you, you you creamed. Like, show me how to use a yo-yo sometime. Oh god, oh god, I don't want. I'm thinking of so many awful things right now. I have to hurry, I'm gonna roast a pig for your victory party. What does the guard keeper have to say? I'm just kidding you, Mike. I guess the shaman is at our chief's huts. Nice trickery, sir. Like, wanna go fishing? Have you mastered ABCs of fishing? Wow, this guy ain't considerate. This guy's not considerate that I just saved everybody. Dr. J's already returned, he's waiting for you. Oh, it's gonna be cold. Oh, 67. Fahrenheit, by the way. Where do you come from? Spacey Cola? Doesn't make sense. May as well take my celebration victory lap. Oh, you're fantastic. May as well let all these guys know I'm still alive. Yeah, this is the Radicola, dude. Welcome back to Coral Cola, congratulations. Mike, it's me, Babu. Let's celebrate with some cola. You drink it and feel much better. You could just do that. That's sweet. Alright. Hey Mike, you've done it. Okay, victory lap over. Yeah, victory lap over. Let's come back and, Mike, you've returned! Oh, you have the 3 magic cubes. I knew you could do it. The monsters have disappeared from the islands. Mike, our island is forever inhabited to you. Wait, Navcom is here? How did he get across the sea? Wait, can we just talk about the... Wait, why is Navcom over here? He's in the hut? Even though... He would have to get across some sea by doing some, like, backwards long jump from mountain to mountain. Oh, whatever. Navcom here, Captain. Circuits indicate success. Circuits indicate success. Mike, you've done it. You risked life and limb. I knew you almost gave up your quest. Now tell all, you battled like a hero under the Southern Cross. Now, Mike, let's join the 3 magic cubes together. Navsea was dished when you dove underwater with him. That's clearly Rob probably got smashed across. I'm guessing Subsea is auto return home feature. Bring the cubes. And now they flash. They're transforming. Something is happening. Wow, they're kids. Who are they? Oh god, I'm already gonna cry. I'm already gonna cry. Be warned. Oh, that one speaks. Listen. Hey, I'm Princess Meika, daughter of the Arganian leader Hirokon. We 7 boys and girls are the last beings from the planet Argania. 20 years ago, when our planet was about to be destroyed, we were placed in the time-frozen magic cubes and sent to this planet. Our planet no longer exists, but we will not cry for the past. My father Hirokon told me to live in peace with the people of planet Earth. You speak to her. Hi, I'm Mike. We'll find you a home. Mike, you saved more than cubes. You saved the whole race from extinction. Meika, many kids live on the islands. I know the chief will welcome you here. Oh, 7 boys and girls, we welcome all of you. It's your new home. You'll be happy living here on the Southern Cross. Okay, tonight is the party. It'll be a great feast for all. We are pleased. You are so kind. I'm hungry. Is that a banana cream pie? You speak to them. Hey, anybody want to go fishing? Let's go. And it's over. We get an amazing view. Wait, you don't need to zoom out this far. We're so far out in space, we can't even see. The end. The end. Oh my god, I didn't even think I was gonna finish this. Dude, thank you all. I didn't even think I was gonna be able to finish this by the 12-hour mark. You know, I honestly came in, I had doubts. I actually had doubts that I was gonna finish this in 12 hours. There's the squid from the first chapter. Here's the dolphins, the baby, and the mummy. There's the cemetery. And the graveyard. There's the ghost we bring out the holy sword. Or no, that's the magic wand. There's the woman that turns vile. I don't remember this happening. We get blasted out of the water. There's the girl we shout the spell for. The chief. Oh, is that Mike? That's Mike Jones on the left! That was Mike Jones on the left. There's the submarine traveling in the belly of the worm. There's the letter in the water, 747. There's the pair we give the worm to. And we're running from the bowling balls. Seriously, guys, I don't even think I was gonna be able to finish this in 12 hours. I didn't even know if I was gonna be able to finish this, considering I was going into this game blind. From chapter 2 onwards, from chapter 3 onwards, it was blind. God, these are some tough memories. Really, I did not even think I was gonna finish this. And there's Zoda. We burned him to crisp. Seriously, thank you guys. This was amazing to do. There's Mike Jones. It's over. I hate it. I don't even know if I was gonna finish this in time, man. I didn't even had time across these 12 hours to even do it. I'm crying tears of joy.
You see him off. That's what you think.
Tears of joy, Father. Tears of joy. And, alright. I do want to say this, though. I don't think any game I've ever played is gonna hit me as hard as Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and Explorers of Sky. I don't think any game is gonna hit me harder than that. This game was like right up there at second, first runner-up, and then Super Paper Mario when I was 10 years old. I got the game at a local Walmart. I was like 9 years old. That ending made me cry way too hard. And it hurts. It hurts to think of. It hurts to think of that, because I shouldn't have cried as hard as I actually did. I can remember how hard. I can remember. It was probably as bad as that of Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. But that was 10 years ago. I was 20 when I played Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky. I was 20 when I played Mystery Dungeon. And it was the definitive version of the so-called PMD2 game. It was... So many things about that game hit me way too hard. I have tears coming down my eyes. Oh. Oh. Should I just lay back? Let's try to get like 5 minutes to have a nice break or something and just lay back, feel happy that I just finished the game. In under not just 12 hours, I got sub 11. I didn't just get sub 12, it was sub 11. Oh. Oh my god, I feel like my hands are going numb. My hands are going numb, guys. Oh god. I didn't think this game was gonna hit me so hard. This game is very, very, very frustrating for a blind play. Now that I've been able to say that I can do a blind playthrough of a game like this, I think theoretically I could take on anything. Oh god, I need a break. I need a break. I need like, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes outside so I can recover. And then maybe we can regroup and maybe we can regroup and talk something out. God, I'm just so emotional right now. It felt so good to beat this. To give you a recap before I take a break for like 10 minutes, I want to remind everybody, I got this game, well, my parents had bought this game in a lot of like a huge box containing at least 100 different NES games. Probably almost 200. This was one of the many games that I found in that box in 2009. I had no idea what this game was. I had absolutely no idea that this game existed. I had, again, no idea what this was. I played it. I only ever got to chapter 3. At that point, the game got very, very, very cryptic. And I couldn't even go through the first dungeon. Trying to figure out that part, it was like, I think it's either before or after the first dungeon of chapter 3. I could never figure out what it was to get into the dungeon. And even when I did eventually figure it out for like half an hour of trial and error, I got absolutely lost in 3-2. And the difficulty got so bad. The difficulty got me before the traps did. Before the fake exits in the second dungeon. Nearly 12 years later, I finally beat it. 12 years later, man. 12 years. It is so overdue. It was an overdue completion. "12 years later, I finally pick up what I started with a clean save file, start to finish, and I did it. I didn't do it in 12 hours. I did it in 11. But I didn't do it in 11 hours. I did it in less than 11. In less than 11 hours. God, my nose always gets blocked up by mucus after I have an emotional tear jerk. All right,
What do you see up
I'm gonna want
Is there a kitty up there?
a 10
Hi,
or
kitty.
15-minute break
Guy, you like him. He kind of looks
so I can
hi, black bear.
recoup.
Hey there, guys. You're at the... Oh, my. You're at the window again.
And then we'll figure something from there. This may be pushing, but I want this to just be the message. I can put the headset down. See you guys in a bit. Also, while I take my break real quick, could someone post this? Could someone who's in the StarTropics speedrun Discord post my completion here? Screen cap the whole VOD. Screen cap the entire thing you see right now on your screen. Don't screen cap just the splits, okay? Alright, see you in a bit. goodness. Well, that was something, wasn't it? I had myself a piece of a purchased turkey grinder. I added way too much mustard. I added too much mustard to mine. But I made absolutely no mess. That's how good I am. Alright, is anyone still here? Excuse me. Hey, Neko's still lurking. Alright, that's a good signal. Now, I would want to be able to just, like, have... just, like, show all the splits. But, like, day one ended in the middle of the, like, my first day ended in the middle of the, 3-3 nightmare. Yesterday ended at 7-2 before I even got to the second mini boss. Well, the boss of the chapter. And then I finish this up. It's like, oh my god. Hey, Zoda. It felt good. It felt good to be done with this one. Alright. I do want to screen cap all my splits, but I don't know how I'm going to do it. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to screen cap all my splits. Yeah, I don't think it'll... because I kept track of all the times I pressed the split button on the chapters and stuff in my notes. I kept track of all that. Is there a compare against best splits option? Yes, there is. Best split times. Because I mainly skip splits, that's why it's like this. And the only reason I was skipping splits was to get back to, because I'm skipping over splits, so it just puts hyphens over what the original time was. And I don't want to undo that. I would not want to. So, alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a whole screen cap of the current thing here. Okay, next thing I want to do, I want to do that with the splits, change the offset, So it's now 0. Alright. Now... oh, this is perfect. Oh, look at these. All these splits are perfect. They line up with one another. Okay, now this gets me to my next step. I want to increase the size of my layout to fit all the splits I have. So I'm going to want to get rid of the image so I don't distort things, and I'm going to need to move my split. I need to move the challenge timer so I can accommodate for this. So it's going to go right there. Alright. Now I'm going to try to move this up actually. Move it up a bit on my screen and then increase the splits until it shows everything. Alright, 17 splits. Alright, if you can see all that, that is pretty much what it is. First completion of StarTropics, and it was a blind playthrough. So, I have them all right here. They're right where I need them to be. So pretty much at this point, my 12-hour challenge is done, because I can't really do time for anything else. But I suppose now what I can do is that now that I know how to play through the game, and now that I know how to beat it from start to finish with very, very few hints, I can now use the power of my notes. And there's a speedrun guide for this game. I'm not sure if it's going to be all too intuitive. But at this point, this game is pretty much done. I could just freeze it there. Okay, the speedrun guide in the StarTropics Discord, it doesn't give me many options. There's just the guide for the first chapter. Unless... oh, that's a playlist link. It might take me to the whole thing. Asteroid Quick Kill. I assume that's chapter 2. And then there's a StarTropics map list. And there's also... Google Drive directory for game mechanics explanation, room by room with frame counts, video, RNG manipulation, and more. RNG manipulation? In StarTropics? RNG manipulation in StarTropics? What is that? I know about it primarily in Pokemon games, but why in StarTropics? This doesn't seem to fit. There is a little bit of RNG manipulation, not much. For the most part, the way the RNG is calculated, it cannot be fully manipulated. I think if you can, since you can like buffer inputs and you can buffer through like, you can just like go through text boxes at blazing speeds. I would figure you could potentially try many things with starting at different points and such. But then again, I don't know what speedrunning this game is like, so I don't want to be the one who tries to back everybody up. The RNG cares about which frames you press buttons on, not just what the movements you do. Oh, so it goes beyond what Pokemon RNG manipulation can manage. So, okay, so RNG manipulation is going to go way beyond what I'd be ready to take care of. Like Pokemon RNG manipulation, you can just buffer every single input you need to do for manipulations to line up for RNG seeds and all that good jazz. But in StarTropics, you're telling me that it's not just about doing every path movement correctly or such. It's also going to depend on exact frames you gotta hit a certain button at a certain point. Now that starts to sound a little out of hand. Oh my gosh. Fulco in the speedrunning server, he just said, we can see how painful 3-3 is. Oh my god, that was the longest split in the entire run, according to my thing. That was literally that was about a fifth of this entire thing. Just that one stage.
Okay. Does Stevie eat tomatoes? Do you eat tomatoes, Stevie?
I've had them as part of the turkey grinders and such.
Okay.
You can consider.
Just set them down, cut the top off, cut the bottom off, and then you just slice it just like they do. Only it's juicy because theirs have been in the grinder cold and then they don't get as juicy. So when you first cut them up, they're juicy. That's all. And they're fresh. They taste like a tomato. But when mommy wants one, I'll pick you one. I'll pick you a smaller one.
Okay.
That way there you, if you don't like it, they should be fantastic. We've got about 8 or 9 of them out there, and there'll be many more coming along the way. Ah,
Oh, sweet.
Kobe.
That's amazing. Three has a lot of RNG, where the mummies move, where the wizards pop up, where their hands show, and the boss that moves left and right. Uh, Really, okay, let me read this. The only RNG quote-unquote manipulation we have so far is if you hold down while fighting the first form of Zoda, you're more likely to get a head than a hand. You made me think about it. You're nasty. You only got 2 hands the first time. Oh, really? That was just how the that was the thing that reminded me of Warland 3 when you fight the final boss there. Except in that case, if you get grabbed by the hands, you're dead. And I'd assume you'd probably die in this game as well. But Warland 3 kind of does it a little differently. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Alright, where do I begin with learning the actual speedrun? Where do I get started here? I honestly do not think I want to do a run until I feel ready. On top of some other things. Oh, which villagers to talk to in the first one? Don't you have to talk to certain characters in certain other villages across the game as well? Isn't that going to be how things go? Okay, have I watched the full run yet? I don't think I even have. I can't even recall a lot of things, because I mainly wanted to play the game for myself and not have the speedrun spoil me, because that was a game I had never been able to complete, so I wanted to eventually get a chance to play it myself for people and simultaneously be able to prove that I can also beat the game myself. Even if there's like very few hints that I allow. How many hints did I need across this entire playthrough? Like 4 until chapter 7. I think the first hint I had to call for was in chapter 3's 3rd dungeon. And that was the smallest possible hint I could have ever asked for. But it was still a hint regardless. And then I think maybe there was like another hint. Somewhere like later in chapter 3 that I had, and then I think in chapter 6 I asked for a hint in the 2nd dungeon. And then I probably asked another one later on. I wasn't even sure. I don't know how many hints. Oh yeah, the hint for not trying to go for invisible lava tiles. That took me such a long time to figure out. Like, pretty much the thing that like helped, like, so like I had a hint in 3-3 and then a hint in 3-5. Once I finally tried figuring things out with very OCD trial and error, you told me that you don't need invisible tiles to beat the game, which kind of gave me an idea that something was afoot. Now I can see why. And then I think I needed a hint in chapter 5, and then there's... Oh yeah, I think I did need it. I think I may have asked for something in chapter 5 relating to the organ thing, where you have to step on the organ notes and play them in a certain... you would have to play them in a certain pattern. And the last time I was ever in a music class was like sophomore year. I took a piano class sophomore year, and I still was able to recall the do re mi fa so after more than 5 years since. So I tried taking like what I knew, use the notes, figure out what I wanted to do with the thing, try stepping on the notes in the right pattern, and I figured it out at that point. Otherwise, I was going to have to actually brute force the whole thing. And of course, I needed a hint for the shurikens. The ninja shurikens, I needed a hint there. You just said it. That was more telling you something you could read in the manual. And of course, when we got through chapter 4, I think somebody here asked me if I knew the frequency code at the end of the chapter, because otherwise I would have needed to either look on the internet or go the old traditional way, buy an actual copy of the game with the box, the manual, and everything, take the letter that Dr. J gives you in that manual, dip it in water, and then it reveals the code. That is some of the most clever shit I have seen for a game in the 80s. That was sadistic. Fun fact about the organ: if you mess up, you have to leave the building before trying again, or it won't work. Which could be very confusing if you think you hit the right notes on second try, really. I honestly do wonder. You know, I can't specifically recall how I played the organ in chapter 5. Did I leave the building with the organ and then come back and then try to do it right? Because I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware you had to actually do it correctly all the way through. Pretty nifty. Oh my gosh. Oh, you had to call your friend to get the frequency code in that chapter? Oh my gosh. When I had the game, I didn't like we only just had the cartridge. We bought it from some lot from some dude, some guy in like it was like in the 80s somewhere or 90s. None of them came with boxes, none of them came with manuals, except for the Super Mario Bros. 3 one. For some reason we had that one. And I could recall some of the things in that one. I can faintly recall we had the NES Super Mario Bros. 3 manual. It was colorful and everything. Oh hey B Jonas. About an hour ago I finished the game. Chapter 7 gave me so much trouble, but then Chapter 8, as soon as I figured out how to just move on through the thing, it was surprisingly pretty quick. Pretty quick for a blind playthrough. I finished it in less than 11 hours. And then I did a victory lap around the village before fusing the magic cubes together. I just had to go for a victory lap. The boxes for the GBA games, I think all the physical boxes I have for Game Boy Advance titles are lost to time. But I remember buying Sonic the Hedgehog Genesis at a local Walmart back in 2006. Worst present ever, by the way. And I remember that manual, it lied so many times. And I didn't realize it until like 4 years later that I was being cheated. It lied about high scores. Wait, can I find the thing on the internet? Can I find a physical box of it? Sonic Genesis GBA box back. I want to see if I can find it. It should be up there. Can I even find the box art, like the back side of these things? Okay, eBay is just selling a game cartridge. I want to find the back box. I'm going to need to look on images. Okay, where's the back box for Sonic GBA? Oh, okay, here it is. I'm gonna put this on screen. Why is the timer on the top of the stream still running? Oh. Well, there was nothing I was going to be able to do to just make up time for the fact that I beat it an hour ahead of schedule. Hey, look at that, I just got sub 12 hours. Woo! I panicked for that button. I had to re-enable hotkeys, by the way. But yeah, that's pretty much done. Alright, now here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to get the box art of Sonic Genesis on here, on the stream. Where is it? Alright, here it is. Play the original that started it all. Okay, let's see if I can read it. This is not the highest resolution. I'm going to try to read it from the file I found. The original Sonic the Hedgehog that broke the speed barrier wide open on Sega Genesis is even faster now as Sonic's super speedy spin dash. As you rocket through the 7 original stages, including the celebrated Green Hill Zone, Pest, Bubbling Lava, and on, you'll unlock songs from the original soundtrack and for the first time, save your progress and high scores. I'm going to repeat that sentence one more time. You'll unlock songs from the original soundtrack and for the first time, save your progress and high scores. Let me tell you, you fucking lied. You lied, Sega. You lied to me. You lied to me and the thousands of kids that bought this game for like their birthdays or something in 2006. You failed to realize your problem. You failed to realize the hell you would unleash. This game does not even have high score systems. It doesn't even save your high scores. It lied to you. Alright guys, what should we do now? I have about an hour and 10 minutes. What should we do now? I guess we can consider, like, since we're still on StarTropics here, I figure what we could do is maybe start looking at the guides and stuff. We could look at tutorials and such. I'll try to put them up on stream. But I think now I'm not going to need this or this. We're just going to shut these two out. No, shut this out. Yeah, okay. So, now what I want to do, look for the StarTropics speedrun guide, and we're gonna watch this, because I assume it's a playlist. Also, every time I open up the speedrun.com page, I regret the fact that I have a zoomed in image of a smiling Noibat as the background. I regret this so much. Why I did it is because I'm obsessed with things that are cute. Alright, now this can load. You can watch this. Oh, geez. It is a playlist. It's got everything. It's got Chapter 8, 7 Part 2, 7 Part 1. It's got everything. Alrighty, let's watch this from the start. Okay, first things, I want to get this on screen. I need to, do this. Okay. Now I want to do this. I want to... that. Alright, how does this look? Should I move the thing a little bit to the right? Also, if this thing starts chopping up in frame rate, there is nothing I can do here. My computer is not very good. I have a very low spec computer, keep in mind. Okay, no reply. Let's move it like... yeah, we're just gonna keep it in the middle. Unless somebody requests, I'll just keep this in the middle. I don't want to fiddle around with that too much. Alright. Let's watch the speedrun guide. I don't know how loud this is going to be. So, this guide is by DarkTerrex, and this is 13 parts. Alright, let's watch.
Okay. Alright. This is going to be a guide for StarTropics on how to speedrun it. Beginner's guide on it.
25th Victor
I'm just going to go through the review mode. There will be a couple of slight differences by doing this rather than going through an actual run of the game. Mostly it's just your life will be different if you use review mode versus when you start a chapter in the actual game. But it'll still allow me to show you what needs to be done on each level.
Alright.
So, we'll get right to it. You start time as soon as the screen fades in. And you hear the music start playing. Right there is where you'd start time. Chapter 1 is pretty straightforward.
The 25th file is
in every
probably
single
from the 25th anniversary race.
overworld area,
gosh.
you're going to need to talk to a certain amount of people. Not really amount, but very specific people. So first you talk to the guy at the entrance, you talk to this lady who is Miss Coral,
Talk to Miss
and
Coral.
you talk to this guy here.
And
You
the
go
guy who
inside
tells you
and
about
talk
your
to the
uncle.
chief.
And then you go to the chief.
Now what I'm going to do here to make all the text go faster is I am buffering the input. I am holding down A ahead of time right here, so, you know, while he is still got the text out, you know, right now I'm holding down A currently, and it automatically, on the first frame possible, when it can, will advance the screen. And so you will do that entirely throughout the run. You'll do it on text, you'll do it when you do jumps, you'll do it when you do attacks. I'll explain more of that as it goes.
Talk to the Southern Cross dude.
But again, this overworld area,
The uncle.
just talk to the certain people that you need to talk to.
The guy who tells you where
And
you
that's
came
why I have
from.
to talk to you here. In order to gain access to the tunnel.
And that convinces him that you're his nephew. Here's the shaman healer.
Now, I'm going to be using a map system just so on my computer, just so I don't forget where I'm at, so I can kind of go a bit more smoothly on this. So this first screen, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to walk forward one tile, then go to the right, and then jump across the water. And while I'm in the air, I'm going to shoot that yo-yo towards that slug,
My goodness.
and then hit this one on the way up, and then walk over and hit this one about right here.
What the
Is where he's going to be at. This next room, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to walk right, as little as I possibly can.
What was that buzzing noise? What was that? That kind of scared me. What kind of noise was that? Oh.
To kill a slug, and then I'm going to go over to the left. So like that, and then I'm going to jump over the water here. Your goal is to try and hit this slug while you are in the air here, but that's okay if you miss it. At this point, you just want to, after you kill those two slugs, if you miss it, you know, you just go here, here. Then you just come over to the right, kill these two slugs like that. It's pretty simple.
Alright.
Level 1 is very straightforward. That's what you need to do. Here we just need to go to the left, kill the jelly. Now again, I am buffering all of my jump inputs here. All across, right here I'm going to buffer my attack inputs on this rat. So what I did there is I hit B, and then I held down B during the animation, and it automatically threw out the yo-yo at the first frame. Here I'm in, you know, mid-air on each jump, and I will automatically do what I need to. It'll give me a jump right away.
Alright.
Okay, and it has been tested. The fastest pattern for this room is to enter and then come to the right and kill this rat here. And then the jelly, the rat again, the slug, like they're called jellies, but anyway, kill that one there, and then if you can, you want to get this rat while you're here. Another thing that you'll notice with StarTropics is that everything is based on a grid, not quite like Zelda 1 where you can...
Okay, this is already starting to confuse me. Hold on. Alright. The strat for the slugs and rats in this room is outdated in this video. Oh my gosh.
You know, just have 4 directions. This one, like, literally locks you into whichever square you are going to. So, you notice that I can move and then change directions. That'll become very important when you're trying to hit some enemies. As you're trying to pass them. But you gotta get used to the timing because you can't just, like, tap, necessarily. In order to change directions, you have to actually hold down the button for a moment. Anyway, let's continue. Here I'm gonna, again, hold A between every single jump, and it'll automatically jump for me. Here, you know what? Just to be safe, I'm gonna get this on camera.
Oh, camera reveal.
Let's see.
Oh, the camera's up. The camera's off screen in my screen capture, but I can see it on the side.
Okay. So what I'm gonna do here, just to be safe.
Oh, I see.
So again, I'm holding down A. I'm like right here. I'm just double tapping, and then holding it down, and it'll automatically jump across where I need to. You can do the same with yo-yo attacks. You can do that with text. You can do that with everything. That is the whole basis of speedrunning StarTropics, is trying to get your buffers down correctly. Alright. Let's continue. Here, just going to jump left. Excuse me, I'm thinking StarTropics 2, you're going to jump right. Now, you want to switch to the torch somewhere in this room. On the next screen, you're going to want to hit... It'll take care of the rats in 1 hit rather than 2. And you have to be aware of some randomness from the bat. You want him to stop before a certain point, but sometimes he doesn't. So here, kill one rat, kill two. Okay, so he didn't stop. It wastes time if he comes and you have to kill him here, but it's not a huge deal, you know. You just gotta throw one more out at him. You're hoping that it'll stop before that, then that way you can just walk through. But anyway, from here you're gonna switch over to the yo-yo, so that you can kill this slug quickly, and then back to the torch to kill the snakes. And we'll stay on torch. Okay, so now here, during the screen transition, I'm going to buffer an input. So I'm going to jump through, and then I'm just going to hold down B, and it'll automatically hit this bat right away. So then I can...
Oh!
Oops. I went a little late, but anyway, so yeah, you'll kill this first bat, kill this snake, then the two bats, and then you'll run up and kill that one as you go by.
Oh my goodness, that looks pretty
Now
cool.
this boss is very easy. You literally have to do nothing to fight him. You don't have to fight him at all. You just need to come up here and you need to take damage from the fireballs. And then you just need to jump and walk across his back and hey, you beat it.
I did this in the
Boss.
playthrough. I knew about this somehow. I didn't know about this when I played through the game when I was younger. I didn't know about that whatsoever.
I'm used to, sorry, I paused there for a second. I'm used to at the end of every level it gives you a score point. And on review mode it doesn't do that.
Wow, you've done it!
So we'll buffer each text box. Alright, and that's the end of the first chapter. Very simple, very straightforward, but we'll move on to the next.
Oh god, there's the buzzing noise again. Okay, so... if I could describe what I just learned from this video, there is a lot to go through. It's 9 minutes long. There's a lot to go through here. So first things first... you can definitely buffer inputs as you go into a new room. And you can use it in a few ways. You can use it a few times throughout here. And of course, as I learned before, you don't even have to fight the boss. You just have to wait for him to attack you. That's just how it is. You have to wait for him to attack. Next thing... I need to memorize where switches are, where things are that I need to go through. So then it becomes a little more efficient to do things. Also in review mode, there's no "wow, you've done it" screen, and there's no chapter transition, and there's no save prompts either. Are there? I don't think there was. When do you get into the dungeon here? Was there a save prompt in review mode here?
Now I'm gonna be using a map system just so on my computer just so I don't forget.
Oh, there is no save prompt. It just jumps you right in. So if you're playing the actual game, you wait for the save prompts that come up between dungeons. And of course the game automatically saves in so many cases. It automatically saves after you beat a dungeon. It saves when you enter a dungeon, when you beat a dungeon, when you run out of lives, when you complete a chapter. It saves in so many places. Very convenient for actual playthroughs, but then in review mode you have to do it in one sitting, I say. And you can just buffer inputs all the way through. You can you could buffer everything infinitely, theoretically. Well, except attacking. You can't buffer attacking. It's always unless it's like grounded attacks. All right, next video is chapter 2. This one's about 8 minutes long, not 9 minutes. This is chapter 2.
Okay, so we'll begin with chapter 2 now. So upon the beginning of this chapter, you're just going to hold right, and it'll automatically stop you to do some dialogue with this dolphin.
Do some
Once
dialogue.
again, we're going to buffer through every single text box just by holding down A. Now here we're going to hold, excuse me, we're not going to hold right. So you have to be aware, there are a few of these that you do need to hold right so that you pick the correct option. In this case, we want to just hold down A. We don't want to hold right, otherwise we have to go through more dialogue saying, oh, we didn't want to save your son. But we're going to anyway. So avoid that if you can.
Why would you not save her son? That's so rude.
Next, we need to come into this hut, talk to this lady. She has 4 text boxes. So 1, 2, 3, and then I just hold left there. I don't even need to hold A for that last one.
Okay. Next thing I learned, you can close out of dialogue prompts just by holding a direction. It's not just A or B. It gives you the freedom to close out text boxes by just pressing a directional button. That's amazing.
And after I talk to her, this bottle on the beach appears. We'll go through this secret tunnel and grab it. So here's an instance where we want to hold right now. So I'm just holding down right, and I'm buffering A. And the whole point is for right here. So if I'm holding down right, it'll automatically go to no. And then if I'm holding down A, it'll automatically buffer A as well. Therefore, you don't waste any time trying to select yes or no. So now with that, I can submerge underwater. The only useful places are these wavy spots. Shows that it's deep. We'll skip the heart. You can get the heart if you need to. But I mean, you don't really need it for these first few levels. You don't really need it for any levels, to be honest, if you get good enough at it. But alright. Chapter 2 is fairly straightforward as well.
Young.
We're going to go through these mud skipper type enemies take 2 hits. So again, we're going to throw out 1 and then buffer the second input. We don't need that back because we'll pick one up later.
Sorry.
I'm going to buffer the input to get across that there, and I have to pause for this one. Here I need to kill more mud skippers as I go by.
Mud skippers? I thought you said mudkip. These guys don't look like precious mudkips. They're evil.
Okay, so now I'm going to go up, left, and left. Easy room. Upon entering, you just go about right here, hit the first one, and then the other 2 should line up for you as you go by. And then you clear the room fairly quickly after that. Okay, this next room is a bit tricky. You definitely need to be on your game for buffering your inputs. Because you're trying to hit a sinking stone cycle, but you barely make it if you're buffering your inputs correctly. You have to be aware of the Octots enemies being in your way as well, so you have to account for the randomness of that and attempt to kill them. But here, I'll give you an example. I need to wait here first, and then... And that's why I have to buffer the inputs, because if I was any slightly bit late, I would have died there. So...
Alright, obviously, with parts like that, I would want to just simply play safe and just focus on not dying. I'd rather just be conservative. Plus, I don't know when I want to do my first actual speedrun attempt to this game. My 12-hour challenge was more or less try to play through the game blind within the 12-hour period. But when I do decide to do actual speedrun attempts to this game, I'm going to make sure that I just play safe. And I think first thing I want to do for the speedrun is to just go right in first and then start actually studying the guide. But I can just watch it through here one time each and just see what we got here. Alright, let's continue on.
Again, you have to be very aware these guys control you pretty hard. So you just have to be aware of where they're at, and if you have too many of them in one direction, you might need to go down versus up. etc. But you just need to go around in the circle and then make it back up there. But again, you must, it is an absolute must to buffer the inputs, otherwise you will not make that and you will die if you try to go for that. Alright, so there's a snake to the left here. Now I'm going to damage boost this snake because I have hearts right there that I can pick up. And there's that bat that I said we'd be getting. Now that bat is only going to come in useful on this next room, become of use on this next room, so we're going to swap up to it right here.
Stutter.
Go in, and then we're going to run straight up to the middle of this and use it once. That is the only time we use the bat in the entire game.
Oh my goodness, that was actually... I think that's what I was attempting to do when I got to Chapter 2 during my playthrough here. I saw this was like the one part where you probably use the bat. I tried to go up and I only managed to hit the 2 of these things before they started flying all over the place. I think I died in here either way.
For an actual use, but we go up and we just kill the starfishes all in one go. Alright, here we need to kill all the octots in the room. We can ignore the pufferfish. So you gotta account for randomness here. That wasn't too bad. Getting them near the entrance is always good. Here we don't need to jump on anything except right here. Let's see. Again, I'm checking my maps just to make sure I don't forget anything.
Yeah, I don't want to try to memorize everything at once. That's just going to be painful.
Okay, so this next room, I need to kill a bat. It's the first one on the left. Just go all the way to the left, kill that, that's it. Walk straight up. Now this room, you're just going to walk to the right, kill this one starfish, and go through this hidden tunnel. We don't need to go up at all. If you go all that way, you can grab medicine, but it's not necessary. This boss is fairly easy. The snowman is going to be why this boss is very, very easy. Alright. This room we just have to kill all the enemies except for the pufferfish. Same with this one, it's the dolphin's son. Okay, so now we have a huge octo, or octo the huge, however you want to call him. When we get into the fight, we're going to... After he comes down, he's going to be up in the background, and he needs to come down towards us. When he does that, we're going to pause and then hit down to go towards the magic items, and then hit A and it'll use one of them. And we're going to attempt to one-cycle him by using buffers. So you cannot mash, I repeat, you cannot mash for this to work. You need to get a set rhythm is more what it is in order to actually get it.
Get a rhythm.
It's not showing it now. I will when I get in there because the damage properties affect how the yo-yo comes out as well. Versus if I just whiff it in the air. Alright, so here we just need to... It's a bit RNG to see when he comes down, so we hope that he comes down quickly.
RNG is stupid, I don't like that term.
Kind of want to stay close to him just in case he does. Wow, this is actually pretty bad RNG. Okay, so there I'm just going to pause, hit the snowman, and when I get out, I'm just going to do a rhythm mash. It's not an actual mash, but it's set timing on it. Oh, I missed it. Okay, got it. Alright. I did it a little slow. I'm kind of surprised I got it since I did it that slow. My rhythm was off a bit. But if I mash, it'll only mash maybe... It'll only throw out a yo-yo at maybe a third of that speed. It's very, very slow to do that. So mashing is not something that you ever want to do in this game. But here you're just kind of stuck waiting for the scene to end. Do not press B here, you'll soft lock the game. By going into the water.
Oh, if you press B, you soft lock? Really?
And this is all scripted right here, I'm not doing anything.
I never pressed
And
B
then
here anyway.
buffer the text. And that is the end of Chapter 2. Also fairly straightforward. Chapter 3 is where the real gauntlet of this game begins, so I'll see you in the next video.
Well, that's Chapter 2. So, don't press B during the post-Chapter 2 dungeon cutscene. You apparently soft-locked the game. But then again, there's a saving thing that happens after a dungeon, so even if that happens, you just simply have to press reset and then... go through the thing, go through the dialogue again. No big deal. If I did have that happen. I didn't even know you could soft lock the game like that. That just seems like it's not really ever supposed to be a thing in the first place. Alright, time for Chapter 3. Part 1, of course.
Okay, this is part 3 of the StarTropics speedrun guide.
There's a frame during that scripted part where you have control and diving there breaks the script. Oh my gosh. At least that's only one script in the game you can break, not like Sonic Adventure Deluxe where you can break like 15 of them involving loops. And then you just die upside down.
We will go straight into it. Go to Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is by far one of the longest and hardest chapters in the game. I have a lot of dungeons that we have to go through, and they're not particularly easy dungeons either. There's a lot of randomness to them and things that do a lot of damage to you. Alright, so we're going to buffer through all the text. You know, holding down A right here, it'll automatically do it. Great. We don't have to go inside of this hut, it's useless to us.
Okay, so you can skip the hut.
Alright, so we got new enemies in here with dodo birds. They are somewhat random. You can kind of force them towards you if you're in there.
I call them chocobos, and I will always call them chocobo. You can't change my mind. As soon as I saw these things, I immediately thought of chocobos. You know, the pets in Final Fantasy. I can't unhear it now.
Their line of sight, but they don't always go towards you. That was a fairly good pattern. Usually I want to kill this left one first, or this top one on the left, depending on how they come at me. Sometimes they'll go off in totally different directions that you don't want them to. It depends on the particular day. This next room has 2 more dodos. We want to go for the left one first, and then hope that the right one goes up to the top. If it does, that saves time. If it doesn't, then we lose time. So, yep, that's good. That's actually very good. That's actually one of the best things I've had. I'll take that heart. Hearts are always a good thing to get. This next room, these next 2 rooms have one of the most random enemies in the game. They're these flying monkeys. They jump around a lot. And their movement is very, very random. So what you're going to want to try and do is trap them in a corner because that forces them to only go one of 2 directions. In which case you should be able to hit them. But over time you'll just get used to trying to predict which directions they go in the first place.
These guys. I had to be very considerate of these things.
Okay,
I always had
that
to
was
play
actually
safe.
fairly good on this one. The next one's worse though.
I hate those monkeys.
Because there's a lot more of them.
Oh yeah, there's this part. I hate this. You saw me struggle with this when I was playing the game. Because I had to maximize safety.
Alright, that's unfortunate, but that's okay.
Maximize your safety over everything
I usually
else.
don't get that extra heart pickup anyway, so it's fine. Okay, so this next room, just hold A and to the left, and you'll automatically do that jump, and then buffer your way across. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go jump over, and then we're going to kill that snake, 2 hits, and then we're going to go up and grab the bolas, and then jump, and while in mid-air, we are going to turn left and attempt to hit the left snake. And then after that, we hit select, switch to the bolas, and then kill the snakes after that.
Okay, that sounds like a lot.
We're going to turn left and attempt to hit the left snake. And then after that, we hit select, switch to the bolas, and then kill the snakes after that. Just like that. So that.
Pokemon games are complex, but I think this may have just gone on level with Pokemon in terms of how complex things are. It may just be I may be over exaggerating, really. You can just go 1 tile above the bolas, face down, and kill the snakes that way. Oh yeah, I could. You could, maybe. I don't know what this would look like in an actual speedrun. But when I do speedrun this game, the first thing I want to do is just do a run of the game, try to complete it, and then start looking at the guide very closely and see what I can do. Zodastone, how many run-throughs of the game should I do in a speedrun setting before I begin looking deeply into the guides? Because I think a lot of this stuff I'm going to be learning through my own experiments and stuff, and me just learning to adapt to a lot of the things in the game, including buffer jumps everywhere, learning what paths to take correctly, and not falling for the fake Chapter 3 stuff for about 4 hours. And there's some other stuff. Generally, until you can get through the game deathless. Oh god. You know, if I game over 32 times in that playthrough, I don't think we're going to be able to get to that point for a while. Yeah, I just flashed my notepad on the screen. Where I have Google Chrome placed is not the best here, but now you get to see a lot of the stuff I put in my notes. I have to put it away now that you guys know what I was typing. Obviously just notes, but yeah, keep in mind.
That's the fastest way to get through it. If you don't feel comfortable trying to do the select in the mid-air while doing that, you can just, or rather doing the yo-yo and then trying to swap to select, just go ahead and swap to the bolas. It'll waste, you know, a few frames, but it's not a huge deal. Here we need to wait. You can get these hearts if you need to. I suggest getting them. There's 2 of them here on this level. I suggest getting them for a beginner, just to...
Wait. There are plenty of runs on the leaderboard that have deaths in them. So maybe downgrade that to mostly deathless. Do you know of any runs on the leaderboard that have game overs in them? Because I think, I was looking at the leaderboards, the last place time is like a 1:27. So, everybody has done a lot of speedruns in this game. Nobody has done one and done for this game at all, apparently. Everybody's got a lot of really solid times. Honestly, I can't bother checking through videos. I couldn't check through them because I wanted to do a blind playthrough of the game before I even considered trying to go all in, but now that I have a playthrough of the game on hand, I can look through here and see. Just looking through the videos just to have an idea of what to do.
In case. Here we need to go to the left to kill the dodos first.
Oh yeah, zombie chicken strategy. My zombie
Again,
chicken
because of the
strategy here is
randomness
amazing.
that kind of affected what happened there. That was actually a pretty unusual pattern.
I like my safety zombie
But
chickens.
generally, you'll want to go in and you'll have the bolas equipped. You'll hit these 2, and oftentimes the one that's here on the left will come towards you and you can kill it right away as well. After that, you want to go to this spot right here to kill the first bonehead. It takes 5.
Wait, they're boneheads? If they're boneheads, I call them zombie chickens for a reason, because you have to use your imagination. I don't have the manual. I don't know what these enemies are. I don't know what their names are, I mean. Just keep in mind.
5 hits with the yo-yo, and the yo-yo is always faster. The yo-yo is much faster than pretty much any weapon in the game when it comes to a direct hit. So you'll want to buffer all 5 hits on that, and as soon as you do that, the other one should be jumping across at that point, and you should be able to just jump down and catch him on this one. Makes it very simple. So for this next room, I'm going to go in, and I'm going to go in 2 spaces from where I land. Then I'm going to jump up. 1, 2.
Oh, this part.
And just hit the switch. And that's the end of that level. Alright, I'll throw...
Wait, is the video over? Oh wait, no, we're only halfway through. We're only halfway through part 1. There's more.
Miracola in with this one as well. So we need to talk to the greeter here. This village, we have to talk to almost every single person in. Have to talk to the old lady, have to talk to this kid.
Kid
And the reason that we have to
almost
talk to
died
is
in
that
the
it
sea.
is a trigger for some of the dialogue in the game. It doesn't let you actually progress until you've actually talked to so many people. They actually get to know you. Okay, so this girl right here is an example of where you need to hold right while talking to her, because that automatically puts you on Mira, which is her. She wants to know, who looks prettier, her, Mira, or Coral on the previous island. So you have to tell her that she's prettier, otherwise it doesn't count for the dialogue. We can skip that guy in there. All he does is refill health. If you'd like to do that, you can do so, but it wastes time, of course. Refilling health is very slow.
I'm gonna take those heart refills wherever they're available.
But since I talked to that guy,
Minimize your game
this guy will
overs
let me in
first
here.
off. Or shaman healer.
I don't need to
I
talk
want
to
to call
the
the game
assistant,
overs
I
in
just
this
have to talk to
shaman
the chief
healers.
himself.
I want a silly nickname. I want a silly nickname to define failure. I figured shaman healer would sound pretty. I want to go all out with names. Like we got zombie chicken, we've got the
And
shaman
now we
healer,
have to go and talk to Bennett, his daughter, who is sick,
and yeah, we can call things
or
whatever
rather
we want.
asleep, and is kind of in a deep slumber and can't be woken from it. And so here's the easy way to figure out where to go. You might be thinking, well, which one of these, how do I tell? It's the same as where this doorway is. So I just walk over to where this is, hold down, and we're in. It's really easy.
Sweet.
Talk to this guy. We do not need to talk to the maid. Just have to talk to Bennett in bed, who is asleep, of course. And exit. Now we need to go over to the right. And this guy will let us exit. He will not let you exit until you actually talk to Bennett. Alright, I'm going to stop this one here, and I'll start it up on the next one for this dungeon.
Alright, part 2.
Okay, part 4. Go straight into the dungeon.
That's part 2. My playlist says chapter 3 part 2, silly.
Now, for this spot, there's going to be a bit of a risk here because you're going to purposely damage boost. And you'll likely only have like 2 or 3 hearts here. But you can refill some a little bit later in the stage. But here we're just going to hold straight up. We're going to take the damage boost, otherwise it's really slow to get through there.
You can jump across the snakes if
This
you want to
room,
be conservative.
we just have to kill these boneheads.
Oh, zombie chickens.
Again, 5 hits on each, and literally all you have to do is walk over to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One thing to note when you are attacking an enemy, say you're counting their hits, you want to hit 5 hits, you're likely only going to hear 4 hit sounds, because the last hit sound is them dying, like the explosion.
Oh wait, is the thing too loud for you guys? I just noticed the XSplit volume thing here. This video is much louder than my voice, so I'm just gonna turn it down a little bit. Be like around 20% or something, or I don't know. Let's do like around 35.
Explosion sound versus the hit. So once you know that, and you've seen that you've thrown out your last one, then you can just hold like left or wherever you need to go after that, so that you can get out of it quicker.
50%.
Okay, this room is
volume fine?
dark.
Okay.
On it, there's a snake that we have to kill. And it's a little... You'll have to find kind of your own way to get through it. I look at the rock patterns at the top. What this is here, and you can kind of tell where each block is at. And I look to the second to last one that's going to be on screen as my cue.
Oh, second last block. Okay, so he has to go all the way to the left.
And that's where I walk down. Is
With
that
this
second
snake.
to last one right there. And then I walk down one to where this snake is. That's the only one that you can actually go to. Just walk forward and you'll miss all those snakes. Then jump up, jump left, jump up. and you're through. Really easy. You may find your own way to get through this room. That's just how I found it, was looking at that rock pattern and just following it over, and then I can hold down to get through it quickly. Now here I'm going to switch to the slingshot because it'll one-shot the flies in this next room, but I only use it if I absolutely need to. These flies will attack you diagonally if they see you. Just like that. That's not a huge deal though. Okay, we're gonna wait again here. There's some more health on these. There's only one set here though. But feel free to take them if you need them. It does waste time, of course, so it's kind of up to you what to do. Now here we're gonna try and save 4 frames on these staircases. This one here is pretty much free because you can change directions while you're going. The hard ones are the ones where you have to turn around, like this. But this one you just need to hold right and then hold up. Easy. This one here we need to hold left, and then at the last second we want to try and hold right.
Frames?
I didn't get it, that's okay. But it saves 4 frames if you do it. Don't worry about it if you don't, because if you miss it you end up boomeranging back like that, which actually wastes more time, so kind of up to you if you want to do that yet or not.
I don't need to pay attention to that.
This here we just need to go straight up, jump on the switch. There's 2 patterns these volcanoes can give. That one there, we need to jump on.
4 frames is going to be nothing for me, honestly.
If it shoots one of the
When you think about it.
fireballs off pattern, you can just walk straight over.
For a beginning player, 4 frames will mean nothing.
But anyway,
20 minutes will be more.
In the case of this room right here, you just walk
reasonable.
up, kill the 3 flies, and advance. Again, the slingshot will kill those in 1 hit versus 2 from the yo-yo. So here we're just gonna buffer the jumps up, hold right. These guys generally are very bad at trying to hit you, but you know, be cautious about it just in case, like I was there. Now we're gonna go to the right here. Just keep jumping up, nothing will be able to hit you. Just buffer all the way through this, and you will be completely 100% fine. Even right here, just keep buffering through, and you'll be fine. You won't have to stop at all. Okay, this fight takes a little bit of practice to get used to. I'm going to go in, and as soon as I do, I'm going to wait slightly, or rather, excuse me, I'm going to jump up to the middle area, the middle walkway, and then I'm going to turn left, and on the very last fireball that he throws out, I'm going to try and follow it as close as I can get to it, otherwise this won't quite work. But if I get the timing right, I can go through and jump all the way to the left and all the way up without being hit. So we'll see if I get it. So I'm going to jump there.
Oh, this fight. This fight took me a while to figure out.
I'm just going to take the death and see if I can show you otherwise.
Oh, he jumped in
see if I can show you properly.
Something. Yeah, if I could go through without dying, I suppose that'd be nice. But then again,
I did forget one step in that, so
I'm gonna have trouble with
that was
this
why
anyway.
I messed that up there. I do need to move forward 1 block, but it is kind of a timed movement as to when I get there. Oops. So yeah, you'll jump straight up in the middle of the walkway, first off. And then you'll want to move 1 block to the left, and then follow that fireball. You can see that's the case if I messed it up again, but oh well. If you do it right, you'll jump over those fireballs there when you're trying to jump towards the middle part where he's sitting on.
What are you doing? You're risking everything. Oh my god.
Anyway, like I said, so you'll want to jump in, wait kind of just for a second, and then walk forward, and then keep walking. It's really weird timing to get. You might watch some other actual PB videos of mine.
That is
or
risky as hell.
Anybody else's to kind of get that.
To me, that is risky.
But then you'll just walk forward, just buffer your jumps all the way up, and then when you get to here, you'll just need to hold right, and as soon as a fireball is about to touch you, jump over to the right towards him, and you shouldn't be hit by anything in that at all. Obviously, I was hit because I messed up the movement. But as soon as you do that, just come down, walk over here to the right, right up to next to him, jump across, and then hit the last switch. So again, I'm going to try and get that 4 frames right here. I find the ones doing up to be much easier than the ones to the left or right.
Oh, and then he's done with that part. Now here comes the part that made me cry. Well, the part in a
Alright,
little
I'll head up
bit.
to the graveyard. We don't need to go to Miracola yet. For the purpose of trying to do this, actually, there is that heart down there. I don't want to do it. I'll just go in and take the death. But there is that heart there if you feel the need that you need the health, either before or after this dungeon. But normally I wouldn't take it, so I'm not going to. I'm just going to go and take the death instead. But anyway, so in the graveyard, just walk up, and then I walk up 2 tiles above the lake, or the pond, and that puts me right where I need to go inside this grave here. It's the only one you really can go inside. But, alright, I'm going to stop this video here and go on to the next one for the graveyard.
Alright, here comes part 3. So this is going to explain what I did in 2 hours and 20 minutes in 14 minutes. Oh yeah, look at the potion. Which potion, Zoda? Which one should I look up? It's like 3-2 something. Look, look, it's easy for me to not recall a lot of things. Just throwing out info kind of makes it hard for me to understand. In the dark room, you can jump south and get a potion. You never found it on your first playthrough. Oh. Do you mean as soon as I enter the room, I could jump south and then jump back up for a potion? Could I just do it like that? Or do I have to try something else? I'm going to fire up part 3 while we're doing this.
Alright, this is the StarTropics Speedrun Guide Part 5. This is going to be for the graveyard. This is one of the worst dungeons in the game. A lot of runs will die here. There's just a lot of randomness. It's a very long dungeon.
It's next to the exit door where you jump south.
So right off the bat, we're going to go to the left on this first room. We're going to hold up
At least
first,
review mode
because it saves
exists.
a small amount of time. But we're hoping that we can kill these dogs quickly. That largely is due to randomness, whether they will come over to you or not. But they're essentially what the dodos are, just a bit faster. So if you're in their line of sight, they'll head towards you in most situations. Now we got 2 more dogs in this room. Let's see, the second one didn't want to line up for me, that's okay. So they do have a chance of overlapping, so be aware of that. It makes it a lot harder to kill them. So here we're going to just jump straight across the water. If we stay in that first lane, we'll be hit by one of 2 ghosts that are traveling across it. Easy room. That's all you have to do is jump across, head to the switches, and you're done. Now this next room has 3 mummies in it. We're going to attempt to jump across the water, go 1 block to the right, and kill the first mummy. This only works if he comes up towards us. If he doesn't, then we have to go another block to the right or maneuver accordingly to try and fix to his pattern. Yeah, let's go for it and see if we can get this. Didn't quite get it. Okay, so he went away. Now again, I do not want to mash the button here. If I mash, you know, it's very slow. But if I time it, it's very fast. So that's all you're going to do is, you know, again, time it, buffer your inputs rather than mash through. This next room is one of the worst rooms in the game, in my opinion. It's very small and very short, but it's got 4 traveling ghosts in it, and we have to hope that we don't hit them. I can't guarantee that I'll get it here. It's more of a felt thing. Watch multiple runners PB videos for this. But we're going to go to the right. Down here, we're going to wait just slightly. Wait slightly there.
I'm gonna want to
Then
pick
we're
up
gonna
the
go down
magic
2
rods
blocks
for
and see if we got hit or not.
for
I got hit
being
once. All right,
conservative.
that's unfortunate. Again,
I
that's
want to be
really hard
conservative
to
on my
explain
first speedrun and grab
just
the
via
magic
the video.
rods.
That's something that you're going to kind of have to experience yourself and get used to the timing on your own. But that's essentially what the concept of that room is going to be.
Okay.
Now this next room, there's going to be a traveling ghost. All we have to do is go
Oh, yeah,
towards
this
the
part.
entrance and jump right here,
That's this
and
part.
we avoid it.
Alright, here's the
Alright,
fake
so we go
room.
down. This slug is covering the entrance that we need to go through. It is not the stairs, it is through here.
This part.
Um,
It took me an hour to figure out that one.
I'm gonna wait. You can normally just go through that without stopping. I stopped slightly, so I had to wait for it. These next couple of rooms are fairly simple. Hit the switch, keep going. Now, in this room, I do wait slightly on this for that fireball to go off, because I may or may not hit it. This is a... Okay, this is a more difficult room. That first spot is the hardest spot of it. I'll explain it once I get towards the end.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go into this part without being able to see. Should I skip going for the lantern here?
Okay. So, at the beginning of this room, you need to go in, and there's a disappearing block right in the middle of the room.
Just the start.
You need to wait just enough to where
Oh,
the
yeah, I'm
bat,
gonna need to get the
you can
lantern.
just barely
Yeah.
hit the bat when you jump forward,
Just
and
to be
that's
safe.
your cue. You know that you did it right. You need to buffer your input to get across. When you get across, you're going to go through the tunnel to get into this area. You're just going to jump down in that first area on the left to hit the switch, go back up and to the right, then again go down to the right, back up. Now there are two disappearing blocks in the area that I'm standing in currently, one above me, one below me, in the middle column. And if you got through that without stopping, then you, as I demonstrated, then you won't have an issue with those blocks. If you do stop or get held up in any way, then you won't be able to do that, and you'll have to wait for the audio cue to know if you are safe to jump on the blocks or not. But anyway, let's keep going. This here, we need to kill 2 of these hands. They take 2 hits, and it's random where they spawn. Why can't I get that in a run?
He went through that so
but
fast.
anyway, so you're just going to run forward. This first one should be scripted to be like right here every time. So just run forward, jump up, and 2 attacks, and he's dead. The next one has a chance to spawn behind you. You're hoping that he doesn't. You hope that he spawns in front like that. Like with what happened to me just now. But it won't necessarily, so you have to be prepared for that. So in this next room, we need to jump forward and then go
skipping
straight
the lantern,
up
really?
and jump. Kill the dogs in this room. Wow, this is a really weird pattern.
Skelly dogs.
Okay, here we need to go up, left, up.
Wow, that's
Alright,
fast.
and if you did it right, those mummies will both come down towards you like that, which makes it killing faster, but it is riskier because, you know, the closer they get, the closer they are to hitting you. The reason, again, just like in any other fight that we've had before, your yo-yo returns faster to you when it takes a hit on something. So the closer they are, the faster they will die. Now, on this next room, we just need to hit start and swap to the scepter. We picked up the scepter in that dark room previously, which is why we had to go down on that.
Wait, that's a scepter? I'll still call them magic rods, I don't care.
That one spot. It is absolutely required to do this. You cannot progress unless you have scepters. If you, for some reason, didn't get the scepters there, you can go to the left, and it's over a screen or two, but you can get a scepter there. But anyway, so we just need to do that, kill the ghosts.
I gotta learn
do it again
backups.
here. Again, I am buffering my inputs for this. When I hit start, I am holding down an A, and it'll automatically use the scepter as soon as it can. Now here, I don't
game
want to
is
use the
about buffering
scepter, I just
everything.
want to kill the dogs.
You can buffer more than you can in Pokemon games. That's
I need to
something.
jump here. You need to be very careful because it is absolutely required to get these mirrors in order to get through the next room. So you need to jump there, move over, grab this one, If you don't feel safe about doing that, because if you go one tile too far, you'll go in the next room, you can just jump down and grab it instead, but I'm going to swap to this. And the only way that you can kill these Wizrobe-like enemies is by using the mirror. Okay, so now this next room is something that you'll want to practice a bit. There are only 2 mummies in this room that you do not need to kill. You need to kill all the other ones. And keep track of the other 2 so that you don't kill them by mistake and waste time. The 2 that you don't need to kill are the 2 that are on the bottom left, bottom right here, as soon as I enter, so you just need to keep track of them and not kill them. But I'm first going to go up as far as I can, and then kill the first mummy here. So again, right now the 2 that I don't want to kill are in the middle. One of them is going up on my left, the other one is down in the bottom right currently. I need to kill this guy in the middle right here, still. Yeah, I kind of got in a bad situation there where one of the mummies followed me and it put them in awkward positioning, but that's something that you'll have to just get used to as you play through it. Here I'm going to switch to the mirrors because I have to kill 4 more Wizrobe enemies. One more. There you are. It is better to use the yo-yo here rather than the bolas because you need the bolas for the boss. But once you kill all the enemies, you want to switch back to the mirror, and you'll go to fight Maxi. Now, a lot of people like to pause here and just start the fight right away. I personally like to go in and then go right here, and then use the scepter, because that makes it so that when I start the fight, I can immediately start throwing stuff at him. Okay, that was actually a very smooth fight. It's actually very random as to which direction he'll go, so you may have to chase him around a bit. He may not want to come towards your corner that you're in. That was just very good luck that I got right there, to where he just decided to come and stay where I could hit him the whole time. Alright, here we need to jump forward 1, and then jump on it 3 times. Do not jump forward at all, otherwise you will die and have to do part of the dungeon again.
He just beat 2 hours.
I'm going to go ahead and include the Shikola area with this part of the video as well. So here I just need to hold right.
Yeah, it's already over.
Buffer the text. And we need to hold up. It's the fastest way to get out of the graveyard.
Okay, this thing is
getting
getting
hold
broke.
right.
Hold on, this thing is going to fix itself. Okay. So he just beat something in 10 minutes that took me over 2 hours. That's pretty much what it's going to come down to when I actually speedrun the game. I'm going to be pretty much done with Chapter 3 in less than an hour. Hopefully less than an hour. But in the playthrough I did, it took me about nearly 5 hours to go through all of Chapter 3. From here to there. I'm not even kidding. I wish I was lying here. Chapter 3 took up more than half of the entire thing. That is very sad.
Now again, if you choose to, you'll kind of get laughed at for it. Trust me, I've had it happen. You can get the heart that's down there, but you don't want to necessarily because it'll take a lot of time to get it. So we're going to go to Shikola. We can't actually enter Shikola yet. We need to go over here and around to the back side of it, because only females can enter Shikola, and Mike Jones is not female.
DarkTerrex, what are you saying?
However, after we give this old lady her crystal ball back, she tells you your fortune and cross-dresses you. So, you are able to enter Shikola after this point.
I thought you just changed genders. I honestly have to assume that Mike Jones had to just change his voice on the fly. It was scary. Lady,
and we are going to go straight in to talk to the Queen. who will give us the shooting star. Now the shooting star is going to be very important for the next couple of levels. It's going to do 1.5 damage versus the 1 damage that the yo-yo does. Plus it has a ranged attack with it as well. But you have to have full health currently, you have to have 6 hearts. So, unless you have full health you cannot use it. So you have to adapt to it in the next levels.
Okay.
This lady right here, I'm going to sell it right now, is a troll. She can move in front of you like that. She's a troll especially when you try to leave, because you do have to talk to this one right here, the head warrior. If you do not talk to her, you cannot progress the game. But oftentimes you want to try and come down here and, you know, try and bypass this lady, but she blocks you off often, so just be aware and try and avoid that if possible. We'll talk to the old hag again. And that's it. Go straight west. And here we just need to jump 10 times.
Why is this not in part 4 yet?
Alright, if you're low on health like I am, you want to grab the hearts till you at least have the shooting star, because it'll make things go much faster and smoother in this and the next dungeon. This small dungeon right here has a very high drop rate. That's unusual for that Octot to go there, but be aware of it in any case. I can now kill these guys in one hit. Okay, so this next room, there's a bit of a pattern that we want to do to it. We want to go in a few squares, and then we need to go down one, and then back to the right, and it'll spawn 3 of those mud skipper enemies that we can kill simultaneously. Like that.
Oh, that looks...
Now we have one more that we still have to kill.
That's what I call devious underhand swag.
And that's the end of it.
That
That's
was-
the
that
end of
was
that
so
dungeon. Very
fast.
short. It has a very high drop rate, so if you feel the need to farm for life, please do so, because the shooting star is very, very, very valuable in the next dungeon. I did not mention earlier in any of my videos, 4 stars will equal a heart as well. So those will, again, there's a high drop rate to get you some hearts here. Alright, I'm going to cut this video off here and go to the next one then.
Alright, next part. So, that's a very short dungeon. Seriously, that's a very short dungeon.
Alright. StarTropics Speedrun Guide, I believe part 6 is
The
what
music
I'm
already glitched on him. How fun.
on. But we just need to go in straight through these mountains. And into this dungeon.
Alright, here's the
Again,
next...
we want to
This
have the
is
shooting
dungeon
star
5.
where possible, because it will be very valuable later on. Here we just need to kill this snake on the right. That's it. We need to kill all 3 of these skulls. They do take 2 hits if you do not have the shooting star. They take 1 hit if you do. So you have to be kind of aware of both strategies through there.
Alright, here's the zombie chickens. Oh, he's gonna go
And
right
these
up and go
boneheads
for them.
only take
Oh
3
my!
instead of 5.
You're risky.
Here
You're
we
going
need to
straight for the
buffer all
zombie
of our
chickens.
jumps. And as you saw, if I have the shooting star, I can kill that skull as I'm jumping across. If I don't, then I have to kill him while he's like right here or something like that, just so that I don't run into him and die. Here we just need to go up.
I do wonder, what was that treasure chest
Again,
ever
we're
for?
gonna save 4 frames by hitting right while
You
we're on
can't
the
get
stairs.
you can't get to the treasure chest from what I
Okay, now
saw.
in on this next spot are the Frappas. They are very awful to deal with. They are very fast and like to land right where you're headed to. So you need to be aware and try to kill them quickly. Okay. The spot that I had to jump on to make the switch appear, that one on the left, they often like to jump on that spot there. So you need to kind of pause slightly just to make sure that you're not going to get hit, because otherwise you lose your shooting star. But in any case, hit the switch, go through. In this room, you need to kill the Mudman. Generally, if you just jump left, he'll spawn right in front of you right there, and you can kill him. Sometimes
Lava
he
monster.
doesn't. But just wait there, and he will. This next room, if you lost some hearts, you can have the opportunity to get them. It's another sinking room. So you have to get this clock in order to actually have that work. So now, for this next room, you're going to want to keep moving. You do not want to stop. If you stop, you will die. You'll need to go up towards the middle and then over to the right, but you are guaranteed to make it through if you do not stop. So if I just keep buffering my movement, I am guaranteed to make that cycle. Now here we need to kill 2 Frappas by standing in the middle of the room.
Okay, this is the part I got stuck at for a while.
2 hits with this,
You have to wait for these. You have to wait for these men coming out of the water.
Okay, these eyeball enemies are one of my top 3 least favorite enemies in the game. You hit them once, and they go kind of towards you, either in a vertical or a horizontal line, very quickly. So it's very hard to avoid them after the first hit if you do not kill them right away. Now for this room, I only have to kill one of them. I only have to kill the one that's in the middle there.
Really?
But just to show you what happens, that. And you have to try and avoid that on top of things. It gets pretty messy sometimes. But in any case, you just have to kill that one in the middle. So now here is where the shooting star comes really in handy. We need... Or excuse me, I'm thinking of the next screen. Here on this screen, we need to just stand on the switches. Now this, we want to avoid killing this big bully. He has 2 patterns there. He can either go up or to the left. We want him to go up, it's faster. If he goes to the left, you just have to outmaneuver him. Kill this eyeball, and this next one is another big bully, but we have to kill him. And that takes 7 hits versus the 11 or 12 that it takes normally, so it saves a lot of time on him and the next one in this next room.
Yeah, if I had the shooting star, it'd be very convenient against those mammoths. Purple mammoth.
Okay, now for this next room, we're going to walk forward 1 square, and then we're going to go left. And the snake will never hit you. And we just have to go right in towards the middle of this room and walk straight through. It has to be on that spot. Just jump towards the water spout, and that's the end of this level.
That's already over? Seriously? You're telling me I could actually get through the first 3 chapters in under an hour now that I know all this. Do you think I can actually finish the first 3 chapters in my first speedrun in under an hour? I don't know. That's crazy. I could save literally 4 hours.
At this point, you pretty much just have to do text. Get the
Saving
scroll
4
from
hours
the
is going to be
Hermit
like
on
the
Mountain.
best feeling ever. Don't mention it. Hurry and save the girl.
Most of this
Run,
right here is
run,
scripted.
hurry,
I'm not
hurry.
actually buffering this input, but I still hold A because it will eventually get to a spot right there. And we'll buffer through the text here.
Magic. 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 Magic.
And then it's up to you if you want to go right and down or if you want to go down and right, you know, as long as you get into the ship, you're fine. And that right there is the end of Chapter 3. It's very long and very difficult.
I just
If you
remembered
get
how
past
funny
here,
the whole
you're
spell
pretty good up
cutscene
until
is.
Chapter 6. Yeah, we'll head on to the next video.
Like, seriously, me trying to read that whole cutscene, I think I got to a point where I actually couldn't hold back how stupid that was. Like, I feel like this game actually hit a lot of my 21st century humor. Like, some of these random memes that I find nowadays, like, get Wi-Fi anywhere you go, hold up. And then you just see a bunch of bears rapidly dancing, and they turn into a giant tower waffle that falls down on. It just falls down towards the front, and then you have some guy talking out of nowhere, and then it just turns into a seal screaming as loud as it can, and then the video cuts off. All right, so now we're at chapter 4.
All right, this is going to be
Let me highlight on my
StarTropics
splits
Speedrun
here.
Guide. This is going to be for chapter 4. I believe it's part 7. We'll go straight into it. Chapter 4 is the most casual level. We wish we could skip it, and by wish we could skip it, I mean this is the best level ever. Has the best dungeon design, it has the best boss music, everything about it. No, really, we wish we could skip this. If somebody
Oh
can
wait,
skip
no,
it, please
I wasn't
tell
supposed to
us.
save. I wasn't supposed to do that.
But in any case, you go straight to the right.
Sorry about that. I was gonna pause the video player, but I accidentally had live split active, so it hit the split button on there. Oh my gosh, excuse me.
On the overworld,
I'm gonna need
up
to
this
fix
village,
that.
and you talk to this guy here, and that's the only person you have to talk to here. Exit going up. Go back to our ship. And we just hold right until we get swallowed by a whale. This chapter has no actual dungeon to it, it's just this whale. That's it. Just the overworld. We have to talk to Babu. Otherwise, the item that we have to go and get will not appear. Now here I'm holding left just so that I can walk away from him quickly and not accidentally talk to him again, because that'll waste a lot of time given how much text there was. Here you just need to follow the set route. This will never change. Up and to the left. We need to go down. Basically, this place is designed to be a maze, and there are a lot of places that you can go wrong in it, and that'll take you back to the beginning. So, just follow the set path, and you'll be fine. And here's the lighter that we need. And then we just need to go into this, and it'll take us right back to the beginning. No need to go all the way back around. Oops, excuse me, I thought I was holding down. Apparently I wasn't. And now we just need to talk to Babu. Buffer all the text.
Oh wait, I didn't actually look at what was happening. I was too busy trying to fix my split file because I accidentally made that next attempt thing. It kind of scared myself. So we need to go back to 120.
Here I'm holding left just so that I can walk away from him quickly and not accidentally talk to him again, because that'll waste a lot of time given how much text there was. Here you just need to follow the set route. This will never change. Up and to the left. And we need to go down. Basically, this place is designed to be a maze, and there are a lot of places that you can go wrong in it, and that'll take you back to the beginning. So, Just follow the set path and you'll be fine.
Okay, I wasn't even looking. This time I'm gonna look.
Here, just a lot of time, given how much text there
Okay,
was.
so you want to go right.
Here, you just need to follow the set route. This will never change. Up and to the left. We need to go down. Basically, this maze, this place
go
is
in
designed to
there.
be a maze. And there are a lot of places that you can go wrong in it, and that'll take you back to the beginning, so just follow the set path and you'll be fine.
And there's that hidden wall. I figured there was going to be some kind of hidden wall I had to go through there when I was first playing this. That was a nice one to find. Finding so many of those secrets myself was such a
And here's the
thrill
lighter that we need.
when I finally figured it out. Finally figuring out how I get to the lighter, though, that was mostly my own. Basically, stay in the water, dive only when you have to, only when you have to.
And then
Go
we
left
just need
and
to go
down
into
at the
this, and it'll
splits.
take us right back to the beginning. No need to go all the way back around. Oops, excuse me, I thought I was holding down. Apparently I wasn't. And now we just need to talk to Babu.
Can I just skip to the next part right now? This is pretty much all Chapter 4 is. You get eaten by a dolphin, you gotta pick up a lighter, you talk to Babu, and then you're done. I could just go straight to the next chapter here, but I did want to watch the rest of this because there could be more information. Oh yeah, you also have to type in the frequency code.
Buffer all the text.
I wonder if you have to buffer typing in 747 like in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out when you punch in Mike Tyson's battle code.
Okay. Here we just need to buffer through the text. We don't need to hold any directions because yes, we understand. Now here is a place to potentially lose a lot of time. You need to enter the code that would have normally come on a letter that came with the game, but you likely don't have that, so the code is 747. But the real code is 353. We're going to go 3 down, 5 up, and 3 down. If you mess it up, you have to start over, obviously, which wastes a lot of time and text and everything, but you want to try and menu through that as quickly as possible. And that's the end of Chapter 4.
That was pretty quick. Now it's Chapter 5.
Alright, head on to Chapter 5.
Yeah, we're already at Chapter 5
Chapter
in
5
this guide.
is, for the
Jeez.
first half, pretty straightforward. You just gotta do a fetch quest. So you're gonna hold right out of the gate, and then we're gonna go right to this point here, the second block of the two after the beach, and then hold straight down.
Wait, it's 11:09 where I am right now.
Take us right to where we need to go. So the reason we're going this way is we need to get a worm from a guy up here. We'll come back this way later for the actual dungeon.
Wait. It's 11:09 where I am. Now, normally I would just end my stream at 11 o'clock, but I do want to watch just a little bit more of this guide. So I figured maybe I'll just stream until 11:30 tonight. And then at that point I'll close out and find some of the raid, and then I'll just head and I'll get myself ready for bed. So let's watch Chapter 5. I especially need to learn this part.
Oop, I went one too early. You can tell by the water, or right before that, there's a little bit of water that's swirling around, and that's how you know where the tunnel is. Okay, so here we do want to know what the fishing secrets are. If we tell him no, then he calls us Nestor and won't give us a worm. So we get the worm. Now we need to go back to our ship. Again, we're going to buffer through all of the text. Go up.
Alright,
Down.
I want to actually look at this part. Note here that getting the worm first, it's a little faster.
Hold straight up. And left before you get all the way up, so you avoid that rock. Now we're going to go straight into town. We're going to go left to this guy first. You could also go right to the this guy who greets you first as well. Most people do that actually, so you might look into that instead. And then go to the left.
Basically here to talk to
In
everybody.
case you have to talk to both of those people. Plus all of these other ones that I'm talking to.
Unfortunately, the do mi so fa do mi code doesn't work until you learn it from Peter.
You're able to
Otherwise,
go
the
in
run
if
would
we
be
talk
2
to
minutes and
this
30 seconds faster.
set
Oh
of
my
people.
gosh. Stop whining.
Buffer all the
103 is
text
impossible.
boxes.
I think 103 is definitely possible in 90%.
And now we need to go talk to Peter the Parrot.
I don't know how to speedrun
And
that.
this is the reason why we got the worm
yeah,
in the
Peter
first
the
place.
Parrot.
Now we're going to left.
My favorite parrot is the one from SpongeBob
Peter has appeared
SquarePants,
on
the one that accompanies Patchy the pirate. He doesn't look like this, but
And
he's
now
like a
he gives us the
puppet.
clue as to what the organ puzzle is in the tower that we're going to go to.
Also, me having musical knowledge helped out
Do
a
me
lot.
so far, do me. Which is a musical key. Rather musical key if you figure out that's what it meant by it.
And then
we're gonna go straight
I don't
down.
want to stream on Monday because I already streamed across the
Left
entire
to the
weekend.
Left again.
But
Now
next
the
time I'm
organ
gonna
puzzle
stream
in
is
here is a bit
Wednesday.
tricky. It is very easy to mess up. If you mess up a single note, you have to exit the tower and come back in. So do, mi,
1,
So,
3, 5,
fa,
4,
do,
1,
mi.
3.
Like I said, if you step on a single key out of order, including, you know, the last one you stepped on,
1, 3,
if you step on any other random key,
1,
it will
3, 5, 4,
not
3,
allow you
1.
to pass, and you'll have to exit the tower and go back in
1,
order
3,
for it to actually
no.
work.
1, 3, 5, 4, 1, 3.
So it's a little tricky trying to get that down fast
Okay.
without
that's the
walking onto
pattern.
another one.
I was trying to put it
Okay,
into
so this
my
dungeon
words.
is based around traps rather than a lot of enemies like like many other ones are. So in this first room here, we're gonna go up 2 or 3 blocks
Yeah.
and then turn right.
Next time I stream, I'm going to
So
be
it's 2
streaming on
blocks, and then
Wednesday.
we kill that bat.
I'm
that
going
opens the
to
door.
look at the rest of this guide, and
from
we're
there
going to
you
try
just
an
need to
actual
go over to
StarTropics
this,
speedrun. We're going to see what happens.
However you can. The rest of
We're
the
gonna see
bats
how
may
I
or may
do
not be in
on
your way, so you have
Wednesday.
to kill them
It's
on the
gonna be
way, depending on
interesting.
whatever pattern they give you on that given run.
Alright, let's look at this guide.
This next room we are going to immediately jump down when we get into, so we're going to buffer down in A. And we're just
Oh, you're
gonna
going
jump
to he's going to go for
across.
hearts. Because he needs the shooting star.
Remember to jump across right here, or you won't make it in time.
This Kaiser
We
room
are
actually
going to get
sucks
these
eggs.
hearts, because it'll give us the shooting star. Here we're just going to hold left. We need to jump right here, otherwise we will be hit. You cannot walk past that. We're going to hold up in A, and then in the middle of the jump we are going to hit the metal ball. And again, I buffered all of my inputs right there. It's timed perfectly that the ball will move out from underneath you as you go. Alright, so this next room, I need to go up
Oh,
and
he's going to go north.
avoid
Really?
or kill this rat here, but I need to go up
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
you
right
have to go up
corner,
here 'cause
then
you have to
hold
get
down,
sucked.
Go to the right,
You have to get sucked.
kill this guy and go through the tunnel. And in that I buffered the attack input during that tunnel transition. So we'll go to left again, kill the bat, and I'll kill the snake on the way down. Here we're just going to jump straight across. If the bats get in your way, kill them. If they get in a good position anyway. And then just straight down.
What I did in my first playthrough here, I literally beat that room first try, just without even trying. So I jump down too as soon as I enter the room, and then just hop all the way left. And then I hop up to hit the switch above the bottom left, and then you just go in the door. Kind of surprising I figured that one out just without anything. It was just my first time going to that room. I just went by instinct, try to avoid the things, and then that happened.
Now here we're going to go either down or up. It's your preference. The blue bowling ball will always just go straight back and forth. Now I'm going to go all the way until I see the long cubby hole, and that's when I go down into the small one. That was a little risky of me there because I got there late. Oops. But in any case, you see what you're supposed to do. Easy room to get through. Here we hope that the skeletons do not troll us by getting in front of us. They did not here, but they often will like to get in that same lane as you, and they will block your shot towards the snake, in which case you will have to maneuver your way around them and then hit the snake from above or below. So you have to be prepared for that as well. Alright. I keep forgetting that I don't need to do that in this room. Anyway, so we're just going to walk forward, hit this as we go by, hit this one and jump over it, and then time it to where we just have to jump across and down. Okay, here, we need to kill that one. So you're going to go right, left, because you can hit the right one immediately when you enter the room.
You need a shooting star here. If you want to
If you have the shooting star, you can do what I did there. Same with the previous room. You want the shooting star so you can kill everything quickly.
He one-shot the chocobo
in one hit rather than two. And you also have the extended range of it. If you do not, you'll have to be prepared to chase things around otherwise. But otherwise, it's not too bad to get through. Here we should have the green bowling ball. We'll just go up here, jump on the switch. There is a skip here that saves half a second, but it is incredibly risky and very easy to die on. Essentially, you stop the green bowling ball before it goes all the way to the right when you're in the middle section, but we're not going to do that.
I would not
want to do that. So here, this
that.
actually is not a sinking stone section like you would first be to believe from previous levels. Alright, now in this room, we actually have a ghost here. We picked up that scepter, and there he is. Just need to kill him. And go up. We can ignore the big bullies there.
This part was so frustrating.
Now here, I just need to kill one of these if I have the health for it, and then walk through the other one. If I do not have the health, then I will need to hit both of those and time my way through it. If you can, you want to avoid getting the extra hearts there. It depends on what the stakes coming out of the ground do. If they come out of the ground in a pattern that you can just keep walking forward and you can do so, it is faster to do that. But, I mean, it is some safety health if you're concerned as well. So now, on this next room, there's a couple ways you can do it. I do one way, Zotastone does another. I know that he waits at the beginning of the room. I actually go all the way to the end of the room. So here I'm just going to hold left. Just run all the way straight through, and I'm going to jump straight up, no directional input, and that times it perfectly. Now that hit that I took there is random. It really is rare when it does happen, but you can't control it. It's not a big deal if it happens, though, because you are essentially at the very end of this. Now here we have the red bowling ball. It chases you. So we need to hit it as we run.
Oh, you can actually just
Obviously, it's a little easier to do if you have
you can walk
the shooting
the bowling
star
ball
because you can hit it from a distance. But if not, you know, you just have to play it a little more cautiously. So now we need to kill the skeletons, which are just essentially reskinned wizrobes. There you are.
Reskin Wizardrobes.
Kill the
This
two
is not
snakes,
Legend of
and
Zelda,
we are
so-
done with this dungeon. Hold right.
Alright, there's the dam.
And left. Now we just need to jump on this switch, and we are good to go. Oops.
And now
Dungeon 5 is fairly straightforward.
the rivers
it
are flowing.
like I said, the whole thing it's based around is traps and environmental things rather than enemies. So it makes it really unique versus other dungeons in what you have to do with it. But it's not too difficult to get used to. Just one of the start of the longer dungeons.
This music is amazing. Until the ship starts singing.
Alright, and that ends chapter 5.
The chapter literally ends right there. Oh wait, it's 11:22. This video is 13 minutes long. I think we have enough time to look through most of part 1 on chapter 6. Zoda Stone, if you want to throw some things out for me while I'm watching this, feel free to do so. I'll need whatever help I can, really.
Alright, so now we're going to head on to chapter 6. Chapter 6 is
Anyone in here, really.
definitely one of the hardest chapters and one of the longest. Most people consider this to be the hardest chapter in the game for skill. But first off, we're just going to hold straight up right, and then we're going to go down to line up before this palm tree to the bottom of me here. Just go straight down.
Oh,
And
this is the
then
maze.
Hold right,
This is
and hold up.
the maze.
One thing I forgot to mention, on all tunnels except for the one in Chapter 5, make note of this, do not do this in Chapter 5. It will actually be slower. But if you hit A before you go through any tunnel in the submarine, it actually pushes you forward a few frames. For some reason, the one in Chapter 5 slows you down. But all the other ones, you're safe to do so.
So I gotta remember the path.
And I'll show that again here on this next tunnel, just as an example. So here I'm just going to go all the way right until this nook, go down, all the way down to the bottom of this. Okay, so now you see I kind of have a bit of a startup lag before I go into a tunnel. But if I hit A before I go in, it reduces it just slightly. It's just a couple of frames, so... But small time
started
savers
the
where you
timer
can.
again.
Anyway,
Oh
from
my
here you
goodness.
just hold down and it puts you right onto the spot that you need to go onto. All of the other ones are useless. So we're just going to
Alright.
hold right and go down.
Okay, what were you saying? Definitely get the hard container right before those stairs. You mean these stairs, right? If I can recall, one of these stairs had the hard container. Okay, so this one. So you start by going
Pushes you forward a few
all the way up
frames.
here.
For some reason, the one in Chapter 5
You go to
slows
this
you down.
whirlpool, and then you
But all the other ones
you
you're
go
safe
down
to
the
do
one
so.
in the middle, and then you head down to the stairs, get the
And I'll
hard
show
container,
that again here
and then
on
you'll
this
continue
next tunnel,
onwards.
just as an example. So here I'm just going to go all the way right until this nook, go down, all the way down to the bottom of this. Okay, so now you see I kind of have a bit of a startup lag before I go into a tunnel. But if I hit A before I go in, it reduces it just slightly. It's just a couple of frames, so... But small time savers where you can. Anyway, from here you just hold down and it puts you right onto the spot that you need to go onto.
Oh, perfect!
All the
That's
other
the
ones are
part you need to
useless.
go in.
And we're just going to hold right and go down to the bottom one,
Okay, bottom whirlpool.
and then over to the left.
And then immediately left.
Okay, now Navcom here is going to try and tell you where you need to go, but here we're just going to hold straight up and hug the wall. Those spots are very set to where very specific spots for him to talk to you. So if you just hug the wall all the way up, then you're completely safe of that and don't have to waste time. Anyway, you'll go up to the second to last here and then hold right. This is scripted and you have to go here. And then right here, you just want to buffer the B input and the A input simultaneously to get underneath. And we will go inside the tunnel.
Oh, yeah, I kind of got stuck trying to figure out where that part was. So now he takes the transportation tunnel that saves your game for no reason. Well, I figured it would have a reason to save your game, but not here. Because there's literally nothing here before the dungeon
We'll get to the
starts.
first dungeon here. The first dungeon is one of the harder ones for sure. We're going to first just straight up walk in. Hold up. These snakes will not see you. Here we're going to collect a lot of health. This item right here allows you to jump across 2 tiles in that room that you pick it up in. And trust me, you will want both of these hearts for the shooting star, because this next room we need to kill a bunch of mummies. Or rather, we need to kill 3 mummies and avoid the other ones. We need to kill all the pink ones. The blue ones are useless to us. However, it is a very dangerous room. This is one of the rooms that I personally had a lot of trouble with grinding out
oh my gosh.
at first.
Okay.
So it's definitely something to keep in mind. But we're going to first go in and go to the left, and then up into the nook, and then turn left and kill that one automatically.
Oh, that thing was risky.
And if we get lucky, this top right one will come back towards us to the left. Oftentimes the right one will like to go down, in which case you need to chase after it. I usually stay in the middle a bit longer just to be safe and see which way he goes before I jump over the water. If he does that, though, be aware that the blue mummies like to gang up on you very quickly in that case. So you have to be very aware of where they are at and what they are going to do. This is actually really bad positioning for me. I'm going to kill both of those because I didn't want to risk hitting, or one of them walking on top of me. Alright, this room here is fairly simple. We're going to jump across, and right here, during our jump over, either on the way to the item or on the way back, we need to kill that octot in the air. And then grab the item. We're going to come back and then jump up from where the switch was at. And then in the air here, we are going to do essentially 2 hits at once. We're going to turn left and then right. This octot right here may or may not be hit right away. We don't know what its hitbox is. Just sometimes it can be it, sometimes it can't. So essentially you just got to sit here and spam until it actually dies, because you have to kill all the enemies in this room to advance. So we'll go here, go down, left, up, left, and down. Now this room is an even more difficult room to get used to than the previous mummy room. This mummy room, we have to try and kill some mummies on some seeking platforms. If you want to play it safe, you can go in and stay on the first platform of the room and wait for the mummies to pass, and then go over and try and kill them. But I'm going to show you what a faster way is. We're going to jump over.
At this part. Oh, he's trying to do the jump thing.
Basically,
risky.
Hold on.
Oh, you are so risky. Oh my goodness, what are you doing?
Okay, so what happened there is on that sinking one, I was able to jump.
You didn't need to do that, DarkTerrex.
And get 2 or 3 hits on the last 2 mummies in the room. And as soon as that happens, they pass me to where I can jump over. I leave them alone, and then I come down here and jump onto this and kill every single one of them as they come by in front of me. It is very, very risky to do this. It takes a lot of practice for it. But it is definitely worth it. It's a big time save versus having to wait for them to pass on that block over there to the right. So if you can get to it, by all means do, but it is a difficult thing to try to do. I'm going to grab these hearts here just in case, because I'm doing this tutorial. And I have to do a mid-boss here. This room right here, this squid can go 2 directions. He can either go to the left, he will always be going to the left, rather. and then he can either come back to the right or he can go down. So I like to get up to right about to here,
You don't have to keep moving with them.
and then
just
see
keep
what he's about to
attacking, you
do and
won't get
react
hit.
accordingly to it.
I'll have to understand
Now
how
this next
attack
boss
buffers work before I
is
can
essentially
consider
the
just trying
big
to
Octo,
full
the
on
Octo the
stand
Huge
still.
from
I'll
level
probably
2,
just go
chapter 2.
merry-go-round with them as I attack.
It's just a reskin of it, but we don't have any snowmen this time. We can still, however, one-cycle him if we get there in time and, you know, do our rhythmic mashing. You know, not real mashing, but the rhythmic time of every input we do. But you need to make sure that you do not get hit. If you get hit once, you will likely lose the shooting star that you have. Alright, I got it.
He got one cycle. Fog chain.
If you lose the shooting star, you cannot one-cycle him, and it is a much, much harder fight. If at all possible, the best way is if he comes down right here, rather than goes to the left. If he comes down on one of these, and you already have the switch hit here, while he is dying, you want to grab this, because when you grab that, you're immobile. You cannot move. But you can still move while the boss is dying. So if you do that, it doesn't waste any time to grab it, and then you can just continue immediately afterwards. Let's see, look at my map.
This music's lying
Okay,
to
this
you.
next room we just need to walk forward one square, kill this guy with our shooting star. Again, I would normally wouldn't
heart
grab that
drops.
heart on the left just because it's out of the way, but for this tutorial's sake I am, just in case. Now this next room is in the dark. We just need to go to this bottom spot first, walk to the left, open
this
the door.
part.
Great.
Go down the
Now
bottom
that'll
first.
stay there. Now we need to walk all the way to the top of this room and do the same thing. Walk forward until we stop, jump back, and then we jump down. That allows us to jump across here, and we have to jump across here. It is very important to get the base walls, the horsehide. It is the only way to kill the boss of the stage, so it is required that we get them. Now this right here is the most OP weapon in the game, the cleats. I like to have the horsehide equipped when I enter the room so that when I grab the cleats, I can select buffer and hold B as well, B buffer, so that it immediately kills everything in the room. And you'll know if you did that right if there's no actual attack sound that happens. But we're going to save the cleats for another room then. We don't need to use them now. It is faster to kill these guys with the shooting star. So you'll first want to go up and then down. There are a few health drops in this room. Like here.
Oh, there's a heart drop here too. Nice.
And there. Okay, so you notice that when I first got onto this half of the room, I shot up towards the squid and hit him once. And then I jumped down and killed the other one down there. When I'm jumping across in the middle, I want to attempt, as you saw, to hit him mid-air. To get another hit off on him, because then I only have to hit him twice, but here I have to hit him 3 times because of that. So now I'm going to switch to the cleats. I'm going to use it once, jump forward twice, and then use it again. And then use it once more and everything will be dead. There is a slightly faster way to get through this. I would not suggest doing it yet. That is the easiest way to get through, and it doesn't waste much time at all to do that versus the other way. So like I said, you're just going to, again, immediately, once you get in the room, use the cleats once, jump forward 2 squares, use it again, and then use it once more and kill everything.
I'm personally just
Now
going
when
to
I
use the
get through
cleats
this
3
door, I'm
times in
going
a
to
row
hold
as soon
down
as I
B,
get in
and
this
it'll use the
whole
cleats
tile
automatically
bouncer.
to kill these 2 snakes.
Oh, you
And
can
then I'm
use
going
the
to
cleats
switch to
again
the horse
here.
hides for the boss.
I didn't think of that.
Now this boss is very, very tricky. You want to try and get 2 hits per cycle that he opens his mouth. It is not an easy thing to do without practicing when you can fire your shots. One thing that helped me is actually playing StarTropics 2. In that game, in order to do some of the hits on that, you need to jump up, and at very precise timing, you can get 2 hits off while you're in the air. So that's essentially what the idea is for this one. I'm trying to get 2 shots while jumping over what he spits out. I want to get 2 shots in on him. So what I'm going to do is walk forward 2 spaces. You want to stay... depending on how close he gets to you, you need to move down accordingly, but you want to start off 2 spaces away from him. Okay. That was actually a very good fight, other than, I mean, I had, what, 1 hit, maybe 2 hits left afterwards?
That was insanely
So
fast.
I missed 1 hit in that to get the 1 cycle.
That's not just good, that was phenomenal.
But, like I said, you just need to try and get used to doing 2 hits at once while jumping over everything. It's really weird timing trying to jump over it, but with some practice, it's actually not too difficult. Alright, and that's part 1 of Chapter 6.
Alright, well... I guess now I can stop there in terms of looking at the guide. It's 11:37. I don't want to go until midnight because I have school tomorrow. But I will continue this stuff off on Wednesday because I want to take a break tomorrow. But like I said earlier, on Wednesday we're gonna watch the rest of this guide. We're probably gonna go back a few chapters just for a refresh on things, if I need one, and then we finish looking at the guide, and then I'll try to do a speed run, which I'll try. I'm probably gonna have like 6 game overs or something throughout Shaman Healers, and I don't know. Probably won't matter too much until I can actually get used to the game. TLDR, you can hit him while he's shooting. 2 hits per mouth opening, but it's hard. Focus more on not getting hit for now. Okay. Yeah, may as well. Well, that was quite a mouthful for me. There's a lot of info to go through there. That was a lot of info to go through, seriously. So yeah, that'll pretty much be it for me tonight. We're gonna go and raid some